you doing? Welcome. I'm on VOD 6. Give it up for VOD 6. Thank you for the soup. Welcome back to... Yeah. Welcome back to Spirit of Justice. It's been a long time. But we're finally maybe approaching the you know, maybe like stream 3 of 7 of Case 5. Thanks for tuning in. You're trapped in here with me now. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna figure out what the hell's happening. It's gonna go great. I definitely understand the details of the case, and Maya's gonna help us out and not make things more complicated. So I'm excited for that. Oh, brain's already poo. I mean, I've mentioned it before. The poo brain. I'm like a normal functioning human being, and I click start stream, and then all that goes out of my brain. The poo brain settles in. So. Ugh. Yeah. It's like Severance. I haven't seen Severance. But let's just say it's like Severance. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. Could metalpipe.wav help? Let me see. Yeah, it helps. Remix. Wake up! Let me get caught up with stuff. We gotta go. We got a lot of casing to do. We got a lot of splaining to do. We gotta talk to the dead. We gotta talk to the living. I gotta figure out what the hell's going on with the revolution. Are we gonna overthrow a queen? What's gonna happen to Rafa if we do? I'm sure it'll be fine. Just cut to the I wonder how things are gonna go. 7 hours later, crowd chanting death, 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 and they're walking the entire royal family. They got Garan, they got Rafa, they got Naina. They're all being walked up to the gallows, and we're like, yay! It's gonna go great. It's gonna go great. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Dirk's dying. Yeah, Dirk's dying. He stabbed the guy. Doesn't remember it. There's maybe shenanigans. I don't know. I'll try to recap once I'm ready to hop in like 3 or 4 hours. Let me get cop alerts. Then we're gonna go. Grandma's missing, yeah. And the queen, the former queen, is still alive, and yeah. Between streams, there were subs and resubs from maybe Alan Bradis Music, Spark Farkles, Jake and Bacon, Sunday Driver, Jimify, and Kid Ludens. Thank y'all. Hope you enjoy emoting, bar perceiving. I hope you only use bar perceive respectfully. Obviously, I can't keep tabs on how you use my emotes in other people's streams. But I hope you only use bar perceive in totally legitimate manner, and you never use it in someone else's stream to be weird about it. The queen's name could be a pun in German. Garansiegetar. Siegetar? Garantierter. Sieger. Guaranteed victory. Oh. Oh. Yeah, their middle name is like Siegetar, or maiden name or something. Schrodinger's case, everyone's alive and dead at the same time. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Buh. Senator Sorrow, thanks for my bits. Most insane Ace Attorney game, parentheses affectionate. I am enjoying it. You know, when I committed to doing more than just the first Ace Attorney game, and then I finished the first trilogy, and the people were like, are you gonna do Apollo? And I was like, I don't know. Every step of this has been, I don't know. And then I played through Apollo, and I was like, that was actually pretty good. And people were like, are you gonna play 5 and 6? And I was like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just here for the shoot Takumi of it all. And then people had very strong opinions about 5 and 6, which that wasn't what swayed my decision one way or the other. But I'm taking into consideration if people are like, it's just not very good, you know, then I'm like, I'm probably gonna pass. But people weren't just like, it's not pretty good. They were like, it's insane. Parentheses bad. And some people were like, it's insane. Parentheses good. And I'm like, well, that sounds interesting. That sounds like I might have a terrible time in an entertaining way. That's why I hopped in. But no one was like it's boring, you know. People were just like it's just not as good. It kind of becomes self-parody. It's just too absurd. I can't get attached to anything in it, and that's all valid. And I see it now that we're I don't know about approaching the finish line. We're getting there. I definitely see that like 5 and 6 are not my favorites in the series, but like, I can't even really tell most of the time that Shu Takumi wasn't responsible for this. There's still every case, let alone every game, still has moments where I'm like, thank God I played this video game. just for how stupid it is, or for a surprisingly heartfelt little moment, or a fun little character thing, or just using the mechanics of visual novel where you sometimes have to think about things, stretching it in a weird direction. There's always fun stuff in it, so. Think Case 5 is way too long? Yes. Yes, I do. I think that, on the one hand, I understand that, like, especially the case they're on now, that they're sort of wrapping up a lot of plot points, and it's sort of this is again, like a lot of things in this game are like the trajectory of if you're building over time. This is the trajectory of like building on DL6 as a concept, of having this case in the background that's sort of percolating, and then everything kind of comes together, and then you learn more about all these different things. It's not just a big complicated case, it's also tied into these other things outside the case and the characters, and making it more personal in some ways. So this makes sense, but it's too much, and I would argue that the first part of the case with this is nice. Oh, it's the credits theme. I would argue that the first part of the case with the Army and Dr. Buff and all that very reasonably could have just been its own case with its own number, its own little intro. It would only just, it's almost a superficial change. Nothing else needs to change about it, but just to kind of, I don't know, pace it out a little bit better, make it seem less like, okay, and then the next day, I don't know. The way that they go from one case to another makes sense that they would want to keep it together, but then find somewhere to trim? I don't know. There's no penguin. Yeah, there's no penguin, so I'm done. I'm out. I'm leaning towards Presence is good. Presence is good. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. But these are very fun games for me to stream. You know, there's a lot of games that I stream for a lot of different reasons. I've talked about it in the past, though. I always try to stream things that, to me, are at least an intersection between what I want to play and what I think a VOD watcher or live chatter or whatever will find interesting in some capacity. And sometimes it kind of swings one way or the other. Sometimes I'm like, I'm streaming this for me. No one's gonna watch this, and I'm fine with that. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I'm like, I'm kind of iffy on this, but a lot of people have asked me to stream it, you know? There's degrees to it. But this is a franchise that's just a lot of fun for me to stream with a chat, and not just in terms of poo brain, chat helped me out, but just like, just feeling the energy of the room as bullshit happens. It's just a very fun way to experience this game that I wish more people could have. I mean, obviously being in the chat is a part of that experience, but just the singular experience of being a streamer and playing this game and then having a bunch of people being like, yeah, or no, it's fun. It's a good time. Yeah, just a lot of Also, it's very validating when something gets thrown out in the case and I'm like, am I crazy or is that completely bullshit? And then everyone's like, yeah, that's bullshit. It's very validating, so it's good. Favorite moment of the series? Oh, that's tough. I don't know. I want to say like every scene with Godot. Godot not only immediately won my heart, but some of the reveals and moments with him are just like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I think some of the reveals about his red visor, specifically, is just like the most are you kidding me? Aida is up there for sure. Phoenix with the necklace. But yeah. Luke and Maya sharing a brainstorm crossover. Yeah, it's good. But we're not done. Favorite voice lines? Not as much. There's not a ton of voiceover, which my throat can attest to. I have a cup of tea at the ready that's gonna get cold soon, so I gotta drink it. You didn't see red, I know, which is just like, are you kidding me? It's good. This is good. It's good stuff. He's undefeated because he's never prosecuted. Yeah, there's plenty of dumb stuff. It's good. The gunshot in Lamora song is the funniest. I just the bang pleasure is so funny. So funny. Anyway, the Center Store thanks for the bits. Smashman, thanks for 100 bits. Diary, February 6th. Mew gave birth. We named the newborn Mewtwo. So said the third journal in Pokemon Mansion on Cinnabar Island. Happy birthday, Mewtwo. Happy birthday, Mewtwo. Dave, thanks for 100 bits. Oh, dang. Happy birthday, Mewtwo. Hey, Kiko, thanks for soup. I'm on VOD 6. Still a few hours behind. Just popping in to wish you a good stream. Thank you. Afrasabi, thanks for 100 bits. How new PC handle the Wilds benchmark? All that blast processing workout. Do you have a hard cutoff at 7 p.m. for start of the beta? For the latter question, no. No, we're streaming until I have a good stopping point today. I might mess with it after stream. I did download the benchmark. I like how you didn't even ask, did I download it and how did you're just like, how'd it go? I did download it. It went well, but on the one hand, I would be furious if it didn't. I spent a lot of money on this computer, and I've one of the best CPUs on the market, and a very, very good GPU that's not just stupidly overkill for 1080p, which is all my monitors are 1080p. So the fact that it ran good, I'm like, thank fuck. Like, Jesus Christ. I did 2 benchmark runs. One on Ultra, with just all of the presets left alone. And that, I did actually screenshot my... Hold on. And pull up. Here you go. This was my Ultra run, where it averaged 120 FPS. Which I'm like... Yeah, that's Ultra, but also, keep in mind, that's with DLSS. Is part of the Ultra setting. So that's like with AI upscale shenanigans, which I didn't like. For one, I had a ton of screen tearing because there was no frame rate limiter. So it was pushing way more frames than my monitor can handle. So it's tearing like crazy. And I was like, hopefully I can enable some sort of VSync or something for the full release. And also during the benchmark, some of the scenes do not push the game at all. Like, yeah, the benchmark doesn't have any kind of cap. If it doesn't, I can mess with the NVIDIA control panel once it's out. The Punished Apollo, again, I'm going into these spoiler-free, and I was not expecting Punished Apollo. There's some parts of the benchmark that are like, they're all a bunch of characters indoors, and the frame rate shoots up, and it kind of like like, some of the scenes look like gameplay, where you're like in the semi-open world running around, and there's monsters running around, and a big vista, and that I was getting like 90-ish? Which is still, like, more than enough for me to feel like, okay, I'm comfortable streaming this on PC. It should be okay. But it's like, it should kind of give you averages over time. It should kind of give you a graph. It should give you more than this, but whatever. Be like half cutscenes. Yeah. And then on top of that, I don't have a lot of experience with DLSS and other upscaling techniques. In theory, I'm kind of against them, but I think that's mostly me being a boomer. And just feeling like I just want my pixels to be pixels. There's a shot in the benchmark where you're
Alexander Hamilton.
Hey, thank you.
My name's not Alexander Hamilton.
I want a poll.
So please don't call me Alexander Hamilton. That's not my name. Not my name.
Thank you for the hammy. Hey Viz, can you grab that poll if you have a sec? But the best unique call out in Apollo. Silence, Simon, that's enough, Rafa. Satra, Nayuta, such insolence, Garan. Garan reveal as prosecutor was very fun. Thank you. Yeah, you're gonna be the one first grappling this game. I mean, it feels like it's a really frustrating crutch against optimization. Instead of optimizing your game and making it run well on especially lower end hardware that doesn't have access to all these bells and whistles, it's just like a sledgehammer of, instead of optimizing the game, just add AI upscale. And to be clear, this is not generative AI where I'm like, what did they train this on? This is morally dubious. It's just a machine learning algorithm that NVIDIA has been cooking. It's more just like the actual consequence of the technology than anything. AI is just the boogeyman these days. I want to be clear on what we're talking about. But it's like there was a shot where they're walking around in the little village thing, and there's some patterns on a wall made of little crystals, and it just sort of looked like it was swimming. Like, as the camera's moving, it's just like a little shimmer to it. And I'm like, I just want the pixels to be pixels. Like, instead of being like, wow, look, you got 500 FPS on your video game. I'm like, just render me some goddamn pixels. It made me feel insane. So then I did a second benchmark where I dropped everything down to the high preset and then turned off DLSS, and I got 116 FPS. And that was, it still had screen tearing because of the frame rate mismatch, but everything just looked better to me at high than on ultra with DLSS. I could have done DLSS. And then also the other change I made between ultra and the high runs was ultra, I just left everything alone. I set it to the English because I didn't see an option for Monster Hunter language, which I'm like, okay, that's fine. I bounced around languages a lot in Rise, and I expect to do the same in Wilds. There's two options. If you haven't touched the benchmark, you don't know. So for language, there's a bunch of different voice languages, as you would expect. Actually, more than I would have expected. Normally, I would expect like English, Japanese, but there's like 6 or 7. So there's a lot of spoken languages, and then there's a separate toggle for the palico that's in your party. There's a little cat guy, and by default, they speak the same language as everyone else. So if you pick English, it's just suis monte. If you pick English, you have this tiny cat person going, wow, look out, yow! and I was like, this just feels like Naviro, and I don't I don't care for this. But there is a toggle, because bless Capcom, they believe in options still in Year of Our Lord current year, and you can toggle the Palico language to be Palico language. You can't make it different. It's either the same as everyone else or Palico, but I did on the second run, so maybe that was contributing to the FPS in some. That's the only other setting I changed. Howling was 62? I don't know. I also noticed that. I should have 64, but it's only, maybe it's reserving some RAM? I don't know. I didn't touch anything. But yeah, you can, that's like this year. That's like this year. Yeah, you can switch the cat noises, and it was great, because in the opening cutscene where they're on the ship, in English, the cat's like, oh my goodness, I'm coming with you. And I was like, this makes me want to die a little bit. And then on the second loop, they're just like all this dramatic action, all these things going on, and it cuts to the cat and they go, meow. And there's like a sentence. They made one noise. They went, meow. And there's a whole line of dialogue subtitle. And it made me very happy. So you better believe I'm going to be streaming a lot of Wilds when it comes out. So RIP anyone who's like, I don't give a fuck about Monster Hunter. You're not going to see me for a while. But I'm probably going to be messing around a lot with languages and stuff, but I'm definitely going to stream some with English on for the Palico, so we can have the shared experience of, oh my god. Can't have my Palico speak French. Unfortunately, you can't. Maybe mods will let you, but it probably is the way they, like, load those chunks of data together. I don't love voice-acted Palicos. You know, there's some things that I'm like, I'm okay. Again, there's options. I could have sworn in an earlier, like Tokyo Game Show or Gamescom presentation, there was something where they were like, we're gonna have Monster Hunter language back. Maybe I invented that, because that kind of became my default after a while of Rise. I played a lot of Rise with English, then I switched to Japanese, then I went to Monster Hunter language, then I went back to Japanese. There's just something about it. I don't know. I cut my teeth on third and fourth generation Monster Hunter, and back in my day we had "Ho!" and that was your voice acting, and I enjoyed it. And there's something about it. I don't know. Anyway, and also the other rant that I'll keep very, very brief is, holy shit, do I not like the town they show in the benchmark. I'm hoping that there's more. I'm not really diving too deeply into what they've announced so far. I did watch a little bit of stuff after the benchmark, but there's a part of the benchmark where they're like going through the world and there's stuff happening in it and whatever, and then they go into the town and I'm like, this town is so sad. it's just like Monster Hunter towns have long been the coziest, comfiest, warm, saturated vistas, and I'm just like, oh, it's such a nice place to come back to after a difficult hunt and slap some monster parts together, and this town is just depressing, and I'm like, it's so gray, and there's just dirt, and it looks like they're eating dirt off the floor, and I'm just like, this is so sad. Like, it doesn't feel cozy. There's a bit inside where it's kind of cozy, but I'm like, I don't know. But it's okay. The environment seemed to be much more to my tastes than World, so we'll see. There's a lot unknown that I don't know about it, but I don't think they're for me. They're not for. It's insane to me that World did as well as it did with the Western audience. It's great for Capcom, and I'm happy to have more people who want to yell about Monster Hunter on the internet who speak English, but it's not for everyone. It took a long time for me to get into 3, and even then, it didn't really click for quite a while. So, Graham. It's for modern gaming. I know, you gotta have the desaturated beige and bloom, so we'll see. How much the brand new monsters really piqued my interest, past like the Gorilla Frog? There's a few they've announced, and I'm like, oh. They seem very silly. They seem very good. Rise was 1000% to my tastes. Rise is what I want Monster Hunter to be. YouTube knew I was talking about Monster Hunter. There's obviously I have issues with Rise, and I understand that the direction they took Rise is maybe an extreme that they could pull back from. And what I've seen of Wilds, I'm like, this seems to be, in some respects, a better medium. It's in some ways bridging the gap between World and Rise for me. Which I like, and I'm excited about. And I was watching some videos about the updated moves and weapons and stuff, and I think there's a lot of changes they made that seem very good. I'm excited for it. But yeah, I did not care for a lot of things in Rise. In World, and Rise and World were two different teams within Capcom. Obviously, there's overlap between the directors and stuff like that. There's people that work on all of them. But overall, generally, it's two different teams that have been making Monster Hunter for a while. And so there's the Rise team that made Generations and Generations Ultimate, and the World team is making Wilds. So I was just like, ugh. My big concerns are about like the aesthetic and the pace of the game, because World is a game that is, despite it adding so much quality of life compared to the older ones, it just feels so slow to me now, especially after Rise. So I'm like, okay, give me a bird. Let me run around a bird. I can bring 2 weapons on a hunt. That's neat. We'll see. Anyway, I said I would keep it brief, and that was like half an hour. So let's just get going with this video game over here. This is Kokoto Village, by the way. It's cozy. It's comfy. That's what I want. Although Poke Village is maybe. This is maybe the nicest. I didn't even play. I think this was from Monon 2, Dose. I never played 1 or 2. But it's just, I played Generations, which has a lot of the older villages in it. And it's just like, this is the nicest fucking thing. Like, I don't know how many people describe Monster Hunter as a cozy game. I would describe the towns at least as cozy. Because the music, yeah, so good. My first Mon. Rise's constant bug fuckery made me afraid they go all power creep mode with mobility. That's the thing is, I don't want them to go further than Rise. Rise is like, kind of as far as you should go. With everyone being able to be Spider-Man. That's maybe too much. As fun as it was, it's maybe a little too much, and I can go back to it when I want that thrill again. But I'm down for one that's a little bit, I don't know, grounded compared to that. So, Town of Sheep Alpaca. That was Burna Village. Burna Village was this one. Yeah. This was the new town for Generations, and with all the other returning ones. Yeah, it was. I hope we got Poogie back. I miss Poogie, or at least some sort of stupid little mascot creature thing. Literally more grounded. Yeah, Insect Glaive was unique for being able to be airborne all the time, and then Rise went, everyone can fly. But then it gave so many like ridiculous moves. Like I picked up Charge Blade towards the end of Rise and Sunbreak, and the wire bug move where you can like launch it in the air and then have axe mode and slam it down and like it just turns it into a longsword. It's just absurd. It's so good. Poogie's the little pig. Do you remember the old Our House video? That was my idea, my execution. That was me holed up in my office for like a month, and people were like, what are you doing? Why is it taking so long? And I was like, let me cook. Mostly that came from, oh my god, what was it? Dan Avidan shared with me years and years ago. It was a fan-made edit of the song. I don't remember the name of the song because all I can remember is the broken version of it. You were working as a waitress in a cocktail bar when I met you. Don't you want me? That's the don't you want me? You know I can't believe it when you don't see me. That song. The Dan. And he found, I don't know, someone shared with him, he shared with me, there's a version where someone just replaced every lyric in that with working as a waitress in a cocktail bar. So it was you were working as a waitress in a cocktail bar, you were working as a waitress in a cocktail. It was their pitch fit shifted, it was great. I was like, this is the best thing ever. And then I think I heard Our House on the radio by Madness. And then it just, I was like, wait, has anyone done this? This seems so obvious. Our house in the middle of our house. And then me being a visual medium creator, I was like, well, I can't just make the audio, I have to make a visual to go with it. So I got that up and running pretty damn quick, and then I was like, well, now I want to keep adding shit to it. So I just kind of kept adding things to it, and then it took... also, a fun fact, I made that video in the worst possible way, in every respect. The audio was not edited separately. I chopped up the audio in Premiere. So like every loop of it had to be placed perfectly or things would get offset. If I had to drag anything around, it was a terrible time. I should have just edited it in an audio editing software and then just had a solid audio file to work with. But instead I had all of these cuts and edits that I like figured out and then just copy pasted over and over. And then same thing for the visuals. It's just this like nested cascade just going down, 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 down and like having to break it and offset it so I wouldn't just have 80,000 layers. It was not my finest moment in terms of production, but the fact that it got like, not just it got a fair amount of views, but it's been like reposted by those online accounts. There's one that makes the rounds every so often, where it's a screen recording where they even include an ad break halfway through the video, which is hilarious. And to be clear, I have no idea if that video, when we first produced it, there were no copyright claims on it, which I was like, thank God. But I don't work for them anymore. I have no idea if it got claimed since then. If it did, oops. But anyway, there's ads that were on that video, and there's a screen recording that just includes an ad break, and it's like this is, and then people are like millions of views, like more views than the original on YouTube. Wow, this is great. It's just, but I'm like, well, it's not technically my video, you know, it belongs to Grubs, which is, you know, it's funny that it's like of all of the things that I've made, I don't know, it's weird. Why does that happen? Internet, listen, what's more valuable, making cool things or being a curator and being like, I'm a tastemaker. I know what's good, and so I repackage other people's things. I do it all the time. It's called streaming video games. You think I made this shit? I didn't make this shit. I'm a tastemaker. Except I'm not just, I don't know. You can argue. You can argue there's degrees to such things. Anyway, I made this. Recursion is funny, and that's why I tend to win at Jackbox. Recursion's great. Also, about, I don't remember when the idea struck me, but you can tell my mental deterioration as I was making that video if you watch it, where it turns into House MD, the breakdown with the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young song, Our House, and then yeah, it was just, and then I was just like, how do I go back? I guess the Doctor Who theme, and then what I did with that was I think I did an After Effects. There was some like really shitty 3D box projection cube thing. And I just stuck the house onto that. I made like a house texture and just awkwardly rotated. I was like, it's good, send it. It's good. It's great. Anyway. I'm not Shu Beryl Takumi? Yaha, you found me. Anyway. Answering the door. Yeah. I don't remember where that idea came from. I think just literally I've been watching these doors open over and over again. Wouldn't it be funny if it stopped and someone was at the door and they're like, no, it's next door. And then you went to a different door and then continued down. I think that it was literally, it's not rocket science. It's just stupid. It made me laugh. So here we go. Set up a tripod. There we go. Great. Anyway. And then I think near the very end was when I had the idea of what if this whole thing was a commercial. And then I went back and added a couple little like some of the houses have some pillows at the door. One of them says sleep tight on the wall. I was like, I'm gonna turn into subliminal advertising. Because if someone sat here for like 9 minutes, however long that video is, I want there to be some kind of payoff. I don't want it to just fade out. So, yeah. Anyway. Hi. Remind me. Good. Our house. How you doing, chat? You good? Alright, let me get going. I was like, we gotta get going. Classic me. Citarel, thanks for 20 months. And Estonia to Highwater, thanks for 77. That'll be 10 bob. Thank you for the 10 bob. Alan Bradis, thanks for the classic hammy. I can only hope sliceofham.mp3 comes. If not, I have the honor to be your GIF generator, A.mus. Thank you, Alan Bradis. And that vicious gamer, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome. We're listening to a very low quality rip of Burn a Village theme. It is weirdly low quality. Anyway, but then I saw Portanzia theme. I mentioned I start with Try, and mostly through you, but I technically start with Try. So Portanzia, I didn't play online with Try, so I didn't really get to experience Lock in its prime. But the Moga Village theme from 3 is just instant nostalgia for my brain. People are gonna get me off topic. Yeah, it's because I like to ramble and rant, and it doesn't take much to get me going. Oh yeah, and that, and then that, and then the poo brain settles in. Mogus. Yeah, a Mogus village. Instant 12 beers back teleportation trick. Just gotta wait for the main theme to kick in. It's good. It's just this is what I mean when I'm like, it's so comfy, and like immediately, if you've never heard this before, imagine like a bunch of NPCs being like, I'm here, I'm selling fish, and then the old lady's like, bap, bap, and you're like, oh, I gotta go walk around, talk to everybody. They're giving me quests. I gotta grab my Rathlos gear and slap it together, make a new hat. And then I'm watching this benchmark for Wilds just like doing well on my extremely expensive rig, and I'm like, oh my god, RIP everyone else. And then I go to the village and it's just all gray and dirt. I'm like, this doesn't feel like, what are they doing to my Monster Hunter? The new leaked trailer, I did not see it, but I saw of the leaks. But yeah, I saw there is a rumor that they will bring back Monkey Skunky, which I don't dare dream. I'll believe it when I see it officially. I hope. I haven't seen anything in the leaks. Don't tell me one way or the other. My only hope is, A, they include Monkey Skunky. B, they have the same models as from the PS1 or 2. And then they have the extremely realistic, you can see his pores, naked Snake running around. I don't want them to update the monkey model. I want it to be a low poly monkey next to this is what MGS3 and Unreal Engine looks like. That's what I want. And then he goes, gotcha. New monkey skunky. Let's bring it back. Bring it back now, y'all. Bring back the Nightmare from the PS2 version. I would be fine with them replacing it as long as they replace it with something. But if they just bring it back and it looks like a weird, shitty old PS2 game running on a CRT, that would be great. Monkey gotcha, solid delta. Anyway, but yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, in MGS3, this is not a spoiler. There's a part of the game where you're captured, as that happens in every Metal Gear. And if you quit the game and then load it back up like a day later, I don't remember the exact parameters, but you quit the game, reload your save without leaving the jail cell, Snake has a nightmare, and the nightmare is I think the story goes, it's a beta for an action-adventure-y kind of game that Konami was working on that didn't come to fruition. It's like a vampire slayer kind of a thing. Was it just in Subsistence? I think it was in the original. And I think it was in Subsistence, and I think they removed it from HD Collection. I think that was the... Yeah, that's right. You have to call paramedic to save your game, and then she tells you about a vampire movie, and Snake goes, ugh, I hate vampires. And then you have this dream that's a playable sequence where you're like killing waves of monsters with a completely different get-up and control scheme, and it's wild. And then you wake up, and he has a nightmare, and you can call Sigan and talk about poop, and it's great. And Metal Gear Solid 3 is peak. It's peak, I'm telling you. I think they removed it from later versions for some reason, which is weird, but yeah, I don't think I got to see it when I played it because I played the HD re-releases, which it was worth it for me, but... Although I did buy a copy of Subsistence off of eBay, and then I booted it up just to play Monkey a Skunky, so you're welcome. I just didn't want to play through the whole game again to play the Nightmare minigame. But if you look up MGS3 Nightmare, I'm sure you'll find footage about it. And then look up the SIGINT radio call afterwards. That's the most important part of the entire sequence. Anyway, let's, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Someone, please. Anyone in chat, what are we doing? Blink, I posted as it all? Thank you. Does anybody have an answer? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I walked through it, but... You have 50! You got it. Let me quit the game. I don't know if I quit, if I hit escape, if it'll actually instantly quit. I could tab over it. Okay, no. I have been playing more Yo for 50 in my spare time. And I've gotten a couple more golds, a couple more cherries. I'm cooking. I'm an attorney. Pretty sure I'm a streamer. Being an attorney sounds hard. So... What are we doing? We're, still rhythm having me? Yep. It's good. Dirk was found... Okay, so the Justice Minister Inga wanted to meet with Dirk to exchange hostages because he had Maya. Except I don't really know what he was... I guess he was exchanging for Dirk. I forgot, or I don't remember, or they didn't explain. But he meets with Dirk inside the tomb for Amara, the former queen of Naboo. And after 20 minutes, we rush in. We find Dirk, covered in blood, holding a knife, standing over Inga's dead body. And that's bad. So now not only do we have to prove he didn't do a locked room murder mystery, we also have to get him off the hook for the alleged murder of Queen Amara 23 years ago. Because if we only get him off one, he's still guilty, and because of the DCA, we're guilty, and we have to be executed. So, we learned that Queen Amara is actually still alive. We don't know where she is. My theory is that it's Nina. If it's not, then I don't know. She's somewhere. And Nina went missing over the course of the day. We're gonna play MVC3? Yeah, I hope so. Queen going full judge. Yeah, and Queen Goran stepped over and took over for Nayuda and is now the acting prosecutor for the case. And she had a makeover, and it was great. And chat was normal about it, and I was normal about it. It was a good time. But presently, we were trying to get Rafa to do this, the divination seance to see Inga's final moments, which is fucked up because that's her dad. Maybe not, probably it's her dad. Even if it's not biologically her father, it's fucked up. And she fucked it up. I thought that there was shenanigans of like maybe he's lying about his name, and that's important. No, I guess she just fucked it up because she was able to do it again. And then we learned that he is or was face blind. And that's why he took notes on what everyone looks like. And I totally glossed over it. But when he meets Phoenix for a second time, he calls out his features before going, right, you're Phoenix. He's like spiky hair, blue suit. So because of that, we still don't know, even though we saw someone that looks like Dirk, if someone knew he had face blindness, then he could, they could trick him and the seance into thinking it was Dirk. Prosopagnosia. How do you, I'm gonna go to the Google voice and have it say it to me very loudly. Prosopagnosia? Pronunciation. Let me turn down the volume first. What does it sound like? What does it sound like?
Prosopagnosia.
Prosopagnosia?
Prosopagnosia.
There's no British option. That's a bummer. What if you slow it down now?
Prosopagnosia.
Prosopagnosia. All right. But he's got prosopagnosia. So he don't see faces. All faces just kind of turn to mush, which is a real thing. Not the way I described it, but if I had a nickel for every game. Prosecutitis, yeah. So I forget what led to it, more or less. I'm sure it'll come back to me. But our current juncture where we took recess was that we're getting Maya. Maya was held hostage in that room. She was freed. Yeah, there's a bunch of other things. We'll try to get it all straight in my head. Yeah, but basically, Maya was held hostage in there and hadn't eaten in like days, like 6 days, I think. I don't know if she hadn't eaten at the time. She'd been held hostage for like 6 days, a long time. So they needed to give her a blood transfusion of burger, and she's recovering from that. But once she's recovered, presumably when I hit load game, we will be getting a spirit channeling from her. Oh, right. The other thing was that, so part of what was confusing about the previous part of the case was the timelines didn't line up. Because they're like, oh, Inga was killed in the tomb, but then we established that Nina went to him earlier at his chambers and maybe stabbed him in the back then. But if it's like, but then Rafa saw him running around looking horrified. So we believe that someone killed Inga and then spirit channeled him, and then because of his back pain meds, he didn't feel the pain of the dagger or something, and so then he went back to the tomb for his meeting with Dirk, and then he died? Question mark? But also, because that's what his final moments were from the divination science, were him in the tomb, and then he walks over, he's on the phone with someone, and he collapses and passes out. But also, if that's not... Is that what he... I don't know. It's just... if he died in his chambers, shouldn't that be what we see and not him dying a second time? It was a theory before the channeling thing came up. Well, he did take back pain meds. Was that proven to not be what happened? He gets some good results. Good. He died at 2 in the tomb. Maybe I'm getting things a little mixed up. It's a bit convoluted, as you expect. Basically, long story short, Maya's hopefully feeling well enough that she can spirit channel Inga, and we'll get some questions answered and figure out what the deal is with him, what's the deal with Amara, what's the deal with Nina, what's the deal with everything, what's happening. He died, got channeled, then ran back to the tomb. And then that's what we saw with the spirit keep missing it up, the divination seance. We're not going back to that. Fine. Well, still, maximum silly buggers happening. We proved this on call, right, which that was just to explain the noises he was hearing, but that didn't really change what happened. But the seance channel a person's death or the spirit's last. That's the thing. And also, if it was someone spirit channeling him, why was the body there? Logistically, how does any of this work? And then on top of that, if you're spirit channeling, don't you need one of those red Magatamas to like cancel it? Or I guess the person doing the channeling can also cancel it? I don't know. A lot of questions. Let's just go. Let's just get into it. Fickle Cat, thanks for 83 months. That's almost as long as this case. And Scarly, thanks for 25 bits. I'll never forgive you for making our house in the middle of our house in the middle of our house get randomly stuck in my head for days at a time for years. You're welcome. I'm doing my part. Let's go. Let's go. He was in the tomb, died, then someone channeled him, and he ran to the tomb with his body in it? Then when did he leave the tomb? Thank you, Away. Thanks for the 31 months prime. Everything's good. Everything's good out here. It's May 19th. He didn't. That's what I didn't think he did. He never left because he's dead. So he died in the tomb, which we see, and then gets channeled and ran back to the tomb. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. Okay. It's not, he didn't leave. He was dead. His body was in the tomb. His soul went zoop over here and then ran back in. And then presumably saw his own dead body. That was some close shaves. Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure. Bit of a messed up situation. Trial's not even over yet and I'm already exhausted. Yeah, we've been here for months. Still, you're able to fight back the queen herself in there. Maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. Well, that's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbed head, horn head. Greetings. Hello, your benevolence. Princess Rafa, you were really impressive in there. Oh man, I like when the game...
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain.
Yeah, remember. I was gonna say I like when they do flashbacks.
I am prepared to face my father's death.
I like when they do flashbacks when I have taken a break from the game. But then when they flash back to like not an important plot beat, just here's a character moment. Like it's a little bit less useful mechanics wise, but still fun. Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. You gotta hear it. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. My duty, flashback to the other scene with Maya. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Power friendship. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know, I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps a course? Perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. That's okay, your benevolence. Your gratitude's more than enough. Thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Hey, you, lawyers! Where's the accused? Dirk? Wasn't he just here? That's a good question. Then you go. Are you team cow or team horse, champ? I blew it big time, AJ. That's... Shut up, you! What's going on? This scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. I guess his confidence in us is not unwavering. What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Why is he all sweaty? Why? Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him. Yeah, I tried to escape and tried to abet a criminal, alleged criminal, and then I came back here to talk about it. Who's asking? You know, if it stinks, it's the deaths. So Dirk's on the lam. Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You wanna know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. But he can put Apollo and Phoenix and everyone in danger? But not Amara, okay. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gonna rescue her. That's what I am telling you. That's why I helped him escape in the first place. Dad, do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why'd he choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Nah, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. But then we have another charge to free him of, which we can't prove wrong. That's not the point, Dats. Listen, lawyer. You let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you're ready. Okay. Wait, the trial's still on even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Okay. Alright, okay, alright. Okay. Did not believe in me strong enough. The queen does make the rules. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Magistrate, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Hasn't he eluded you for 23 years? While having an active hideout in the most obvious place in town? Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Yep. Then I shall simply revise it. Also, if anyone hasn't seen Her Eminence Queen Garan as a prosecutor, she is a JoJo character now. As ruling sovereign of Khurain, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. She's a Final Fantasy boss. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. She is Seymour. Seymouritis. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. How's she doing? How is she doing? Oh, she's sad. I mean, that makes sense. Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed in a court's not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are... Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. That's crazy. It's nice to finally meet you. That's wild. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? He's won all of his cases, I think. Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? No. I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirk Sadmati, and you're here as witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But... That's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. There is another. Another there is. Your understandable anger at the defense's side. Will you testify, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Majesty. Good. There. I spilled a little bit. Channeling the minister. I don't have any idea what's going on, but... Objection! I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. What does that mean? What kind of testimony? It seems the witness doesn't believe she's ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. Maya sentences you to death. Good. And if her words prove to be true defense, your entire argument becomes moot. Well, if maybe this is Galaxy Brain. We're proving it wasn't her, but then it's a contradiction. If she didn't channel, but we confirmed there was a channeling, then I guess there's just only one other person we can point the finger at. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying. It was Pearl. Apollo? Mine was being awfully secretive about something just now. I guess I better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first. Yep. We can't prove Maya didn't cause the Hindenburg? I don't think she was alive back then. Channeling diminished her. I don't have any idea what's going on. Hold it. Can you explain to me what's going on? No, I don't know what's going on. Me neither. You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh, no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burger. And I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plume Punisher. Nyoka. Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. Chinese burger. She had burger. He was surprisingly nice to me. It was the badge! The badge has a little contraption, a little knife comes out. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through? Oh, that. Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief? With a wife like her, he's probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why I wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened... I know I didn't channel Minister Inga.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. I don't remember. I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Oh my god, 28? Does Sherry have a grave plot planned or something? Sheesh. 28. They didn't know numbers could go that high. Old Grand Maya. Grand Maya is good. Older than Maya ever was. Don't say that. Now I'm sad. Something's not right here. That's fucked up. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time. Is that correct? Ah, geez, I'm 30. I'm 35. Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nina in the tomb, dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right. And he's sometimes right. Just when you're older than Mia was, I didn't even have the chance to do something like that.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it. Right. I guess you really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with the session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes, but full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye? Of course. It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium. I'd play that game. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you, childish Nick. Hit him with the lead pipe. Besides, I never go quietly along with a criminal's plan.
Hold it!
She pretend to eat burger, and it gives her the strength to go on. So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. My burger and burger bun. I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? Well, until finger-pointing and objecting become deadly, I don't see how they can be used. Burger and ramen. You're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback. I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please. Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder. Oh, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
Hold it!
Just let that go and keep going. Sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Sorry, I didn't realize, wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? A pretty big one. I think this is all value you're gonna get out of her. Yeah? Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Evidence, huh? There's no point even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you think there will be something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled? Nope. Nope, I don't see how there could be, Your Majesty. I see you've still got a long way to go, Apollo. Excuse me. If it were Nick, he would have tried to bluff his way through that one. But I'm not Mr. Wright. I'd like to retract my previous statement. No way. No way, no way, no way. Oh, if it was Nick, he would have just bluffed. Your Honor, there is evidence. And as to whether there's any proof that Inga was channeled, you bet there is. It's all on the record. Really? Well now. You're bluffing. He's saying this very loudly. I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Massive amounts of bullshit, Your Honor. Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. There was one of his buttons in the pit of ash, implying mayhaps there was other clothing that was burned. Let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Fey channeled Justice Minister Inga? I'm gonna say it was the button. I'm glad they had that conversation because I was thinking about that. Take that. Is that a gemstone? We found this among us, among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it, but then as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? Why did she say what was that doing in the tomb? He was in there. That's, I mean, like, I don't get where you're going with this. I'm saying that that's suspicious that she was like, why is that there? Because, there should be. I wonder if we check his, do we have a photo? We do have a photo. But he's lying face down. I was like, what if he has all of his buttons? What if he has all of his buttons and then there's an extra button? Where'd this extra button come from? I don't know. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if you were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Oh. Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb. The room tomb. Where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo. Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Kurain, right? That is correct, in part. But there's more. Much more. What do you mean? Inga Karkul Hakodisnam... But... What? Inga Karkul Hakodisnam Bianilag Ormopompistanitaredis. How could this name be any longer or more pompous than it already is? Okay, well, turns out I was right about his name not being what we thought, but okay. This is just the writers, like, one writer proposed this and all the others resigned on the spot. They're like, no, I can't have my name attached to this project anymore. The third of his name, by the way. How could this name be any longer or more pompous than it already is? The third. Localizers need a raise. Yeah. Chat, that is his true name. Could it be any longer? Yes, correct. That's part of it. Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? What? Now that you just said it out loud? No. I mean, how could I? Precisely. Well, this is just making Gron seem more and more guilty. Why is she doing this? Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel. Either I'm completely off the mark, or I figured out the game's riddle like an hour ahead of time. Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga? That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like, thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's still something tripping us up in the deets. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again. Apollo? I was thinking. Yes? You know, like when you have a thought, we have like, what is it, a headache with pictures? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga. Damn, how you doing, Dan? Is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? Who else could it have been? This feels like they rehearsed this during the recess. But who else could have channeled? Someone who's capable of spirit channeling and knew the minister's true name? I don't think there's anyone that fits that bill. I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? By the way, Dan and anyone else just joining us, that's the prosecutor for the case. We're all very normal about her. I don't care what Gron says, I'm gonna figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi... Apollo, forget about who's capable of channeling spirits for a sec. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Dan just says mommy. Right, we know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Well, I'm waiting, defense, and you know how much I despise waiting. Wait, what? No, what if it was Naina? Because if Naina is the former Queen Amara and the queens are all capable of spirit channeling, and if Garon actually has an alibi and this isn't some shenanigans, the photo, if this actually is just her, then it has to. I thought Naina was just like a red herring. And she's related to the case, but not actually guilty. But, shit, maybe she is? Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There's just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person's our only hope now. Guilty grandma. So the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then. 3 pips of health. With pleasure. I'm cooking fire. You can't cook fire. You never read a recipe and it's like clove of garlic, pinch of salt, fire. That's not an ingredient. Horn the devil. Make sure you pour some fire on top. Who could have channeled Minister Inga? Probably it was Maya. It's probably Maya. It's probably Maya. Creme brulee. That's a step. It's not an ingredient. Hello, warning would have been nice. But I thought meting out penalties was my job. It can only be that one person. That person heads to the forever goes with it back down. Answer once more. No. I don't want to. I was just wondering if there was any silly dialogue. Nah. It was Maya again. Where is she? There she is. Age. Huh?
Take that!
Naina? Your Eminence said it yourself. That's right, Naina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. She's secretly 40? That's a rough 40. How did you know? The wind magic from the anime? Does the anime have wind magic? It's quite simple. I haven't watched the anime. I thought I might. At some point. Maybe once I've forgotten more about the cases. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. They matched Naina. Mm-hmm. Nana Boo Boo. Shoe prints, and then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. You should watch the anime intro. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting? It's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. And then she channeled the spirit of a bird and flew away. It's the perfect crime. That's why no one has seen her since. Ta-da. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. The anime outtakes are good. I've seen a couple clips from him. No way! That's gotta be it. Nana must have somehow channeled the minister. Somehow. But who could have channeled? Other than the royal lineage itself. All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. Like 47? He turned into a bird. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand. Well, your evidence? About that. Very well, then. Let us call Nana to testify. Yes! Now I can finally crack this case wide open. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nana's in the waiting lobby. But Nana's here? I thought she gone missing. It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today. She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent? I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Hello. Wow, would you look at her hair color? That's such a specific shade. That's interesting. Miss Nana, do you understand why you have been summoned here today? Oh, that's all her. Oh. That's. Oh. Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I've committed a crime. So this is Nana. That's quite the hairdo. Though I will say... I suppose I'm not as old as I'd thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal? That's where Rafa learned it from. Rafa learned it from Nana. Hey, not a sadist. Thanks for 45 months. Funny joke. Why was 4 afraid of 5? Because 5, 6, 7. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal? Nincompoop! Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her with all the time they spend together. You there, young hornhead. It's old bag in disguise. Don't do that to me. Oh, bit dusty. You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Every time in this series, every single time, someone has said, what an active imagination you have, they're guilty of the crime. I don't think there's a single instance where that hasn't been the case. Thanks! Just take the compliment, Justice. Guilty of slaying, yeah. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? It's probably covered in fingerprint dust from Emma. This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. Oh, what an active imagination you have. Guilty. Bar judge at you. Bar Judge Bop. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Yeah, bop 'em. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kurain. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. Well, she's got us there. She's 12 years old. That's rough. And there you have it. It seems we've summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. Now I'm wondering if Nana really is Amara, which seems to be the likeliest scenario. Why would she be going along with all of this? Or does she have amnesia? Did she also get amnesia? On the surface, anyway. Can Queen Rayfa channel? Yes. Oh, no, not right. No, Princess Rayfa cannot channel. No. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end that Nana channeled Inga's spirit. Also got hit by fire extinguisher. The defense may now question the witness. Thank you. She 5 gore? That's advanced 4 gore. Hat of holding. Hair of holding. I was feeling under the weather and decided to rest these weary bones. Weary bones. Alby's dog stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. While I sympathize with you, Nana, you took the whole day off without informing Princess Rayfa. She was very worried about you, you know. How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I. Except to Rayfa, Nana's not just a mere servant. To even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister, what hogwash. Wash the hogs, I say. A lowly servant such as I could not dare challenge possibly a channel. I hear you're the head servant, isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? Whoop, washing day hog. Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. Where does the word hogwash come from? If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. I think not. For that goes against the very underpinnings of the kingdom of Khurain. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. From washing the hogs? Guess so. From washing your hog. Hog washing is that horror game from last year. Yes. There was an industrial space shipment of 1,000 hogs. But most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening. So commoners can never become a medium no matter how hard they tried. That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young hornhead. The Cornwall Dictionary means refuse of the kitchen for feeding pigs? Hogwash. Etymology. There's a website called Etym Online. Online etymology. Okay. Mid 14th century hog. Hogge. A swine. Swine bred for slaughter. Okay, yeah. Extends a mild boar. Sure. What? What? This is not... It's just explaining the words hog and wash separately. What the fuck? This website sucks. Never mind. Fuck that one. Okay, Oxford English Dictionary. Let's go. It's like, all it's talking about are hogs. Hogwash. Why is there nothing? Etymology. Thank you for visiting Oxford English Dictionary. Please sign in with an account. This is no way to know. I gave up. AIS definition. I know, it felt like AI. So I was like, I'm getting red flags from this website. It sucks. They have good SEO and no information. Thank you. I love the internet these days. It's pretty good. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling. Was this what I just... No, this one. Hold it! There's simpler times. You gotta wash them hogs. Shoutouts to Katie. It's Katie's birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Katie. Chat, you know what to do, chat. Chat. Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nina? Like a distant relative or something. Hey, get got! For I am from a line of humble fishermen all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I have never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry. Apollo of spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, that even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training. It is, as the barbed one says, it also must be mentioned that this secret art is only taught here in the kingdom of Khurain and your country's Khurain village. Why aren't there things falling in a place like I expected? Nina's that one guy from Dark Souls. The one yellow guy from Dark... You mean yellow Pikmin? One yellow guy from Dark Souls. I would ask the witness to continue her testimony. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. Hold it! The most hogwash. Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right? Assassination? Yes. Oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. None her like we shall ever see again. Way better than Queen Garan. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origin and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Why the big cry, Katie, out there? Get got. Except she's actually still alive. Poor Naina's yet another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. Amara, the queen who's been locked away and her existence in this world erased. But the fact that she's still alive shackles Nayuta to Garon's will. Nayuta, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right? What a peculiar shade of hair. What an interesting hue. I wonder if there's anyone else with a hue like that. We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony. Well, except the assassination of Queen Amara is very pertinent to our case. But that's fine. Oh, look at that hair. That kind of looks like someone else's hair. If you believe him to be the culprit, it would have to be that of the young lass Maya Fey. Hold it! Nuh-uh. I Uno reverse card at you. Miss Fey was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him. Bah, I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune. No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo, but try not to look so forced while you do, would you? It's a forced smile. That's hard to make look not forced. Nina is right about one thing, though. Only those with the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Khurain. Common folk like us are out of luck. I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point out one very big thing out. One big thing. Am I Phoenix's son? I gotta go. Can I just be like, but Maya channeled? I don't really know what they want from me. Her hat was stolen. Queen Amara. Oh, I could just prove that Queen Amara's still alive with the photo. I didn't know if I was supposed to do this. Well, I still don't know if I'm supposed to do this. Okay, yeah. The most obvious problem. Okay. So, I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction, except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation? Just yelled objection and then started sweating. Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Naina's testimony. We are here in the lawyer club. Breaking it down. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because in Khurain, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, your majesty. Naina stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Naina channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 p.m. They're really building this up as if you couldn't possibly put this together on your own. I don't think I was smart. It just feels obvious. That would mean that Naina channeled Inga, even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Think that funk, Apollo. Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photograph? That's... Phoenix is Apollo's big titty mentor. He's got MIDI out like crazy. This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim. Get him! It makes me rethink my defense. That Queen Garon is the only remaining spirit medium in Korain. Horned devil, you mustn't. Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Kurain. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. But that's nonsense. Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. Enhance. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Yarr. Queen Amara's still alive? Has the lawyer gone mad? I'm mad as a fox. While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Why isn't Queen Garon stopping us? Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she's actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Sorry. Here in this very courtroom today. But how? No, don't explode my brain. No! Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The red pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue. That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn, Nayuda, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as Trucy, as Phoenix, as Edgeworth. The gray hair, you know, it's kind of close. As Pearl, Maya, as Nayuda. All right, I don't think there's gonna be. All right, yeah.
Take that!
Hiya! As a small dog. Eek! Oh. This is the shrimplest and cleanest explanation. Simple and clean. Simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. This case is just throwing everything at me. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. All the out-of-order lyrics is really sending me. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nena. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along.
Objection!
Wouldn't she need to have stolen his clothes? I think the idea of the timeline is she went into Inga's chambers, stabbed him in the back, he died. She cleaned up the evidence of the crime, put on his clothes. No, he died in the tomb. I'm getting things confused. I'm still thinking that our theory from before was what happened. That's not what happened. He died in the tomb. Then in his chambers, she must have put on his clothes and then channeled him. He wasn't nude in the tomb. No. Because that's his actual body in the tomb. He died in the tomb. she channeled him while wearing his clothes, presumably, because I don't think he would have been channeled and then got, well, maybe he got changed, whatever. Two shirts, one was burned, yeah. But the point is that he was channeled, brought into the tomb to make it look like he was going there at a later time, and then ended the channeling and then burned his clothes. But they left a gemstone button behind. So, yeah. He's got a cartoon closet. Well, I mean, everyone in this universe, his entire life revolves around everyone having a cartoon closet. Remember? The blue clothes, diamond-shaped tattoo at forehead. Blue clothes, pink necktie. That's how he knows people, so. Why would he go against that, of all people? Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations. I like that she's still doing the prayer symbol. Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Did she dye her hair? That's just the same when you channel someone? Right, we did see, yeah, that's a good point. They very explicitly showed the bald monk, unless that's his natural hair color. The hairspray? The label hairspray. We don't have that as evidence, do we? That was just in. And they're like, oh, he must be going gray. So he's dyeing his hair. Motherfucker. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives. And is actually Miss Naina here? You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. And it washes out with water, as previously established. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. That wasn't just an Easter egg? Apparently not. Your Eminence? If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? Drink! I can deny it no longer. Oh, shit. The lawyer speaks the truth. Naina, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. It's nice to finally have that established. Finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Maybe. Naina, no, Amara Sigatar Kurain. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh, dearie me, I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. It seemed kind of obvious. She's cocooning. Oh. Wow. Whoa. Why is everyone in this family so extra? Royals can just do that. She's got a magical girl transformation. I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. She is the one named Sailor Moon. Hot woman jutsu. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Kurain. Whoa, the hands. Yeah, she's like a clock. The time is now 12:30. Bong. It is I, Amara Sigatar Kurain, your former queen. Queen Amara? Get got, Nayuda, get got. Doesn't this prove that Dirk was innocent the entire goddamn time? If their logic is that they hid her away to keep her safe from Dirk, they could still claim he's guilty of something. Maybe not murder, but they could try to twist it. And the queens are the law, right? So they could still do some shenanigans. Yeah, attempted murder, something, you know. They could definitely still throw something at him. Hey, this game... I hate this game sometimes. I thought Garon's makeover was extreme.
It was and is.
Can it be true you are alive and well? It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I've caused all of you a great deal of distress. Oh, ho 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 ho. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Garon. I am safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough.
I thought that they were in cahoots.
But I guess they were in cahoots and... What really happened? What really happened? My cahoots got uncahooted. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Cahootin'.
Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago?
Does that mean only Apollo's dad died in that fire? That sucks. That sucks really bad. I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garon.
But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing?
Garon, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant?
She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place.
And everyone guessed that she was living as a servant right in plain sight. I must say a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. But those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You know that that's your son, like right... like right over there? He's like right there. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. This isn't about him. It should be.
What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A grand priestess of Grainism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people.
If you commit the crime, you'd better be ready to do the time. Smash cut to Apollo at the gallows. Well, probably shouldn't say that in a foreign country. Yeah, boy. I'm not even legally supposed to be a lawyer here. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god, Apollo would indict God given the opportunity and the right evidence.
I've never met such an egalitarian person.
We'll put God on trial if we have to. That's the final destination of Ace Attorney. Is putting God on trial. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nana, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Indict and dethrone God. Isn't that right? Oh, ho 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 ho. What a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself. You may be a grand figure in Korainism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. New law, Amara cannot be guilty, right? It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul?
A murder most foul.
There's a lot of Shakespeare in here.
Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence.
Apollo's from Korean. I think he's not. He spent a lot of his youth in Korean. They implied that his dad and his mom kind of both traveled around. He was adopted, but I don't think he was born in Korea. I don't know where he was born. But he was adopted by Dirk. And then raised there for most of his adolescence. Yeah. But I don't think, I mean, depends on your definition of what Koreanese would be. But I don't think he's, like, born national, etc. No. It's one of his 45 backstories.
The lawyer knows not what he speaks.
When he was a year old, they took him to Korean. Don't know, he got back to America. He got old enough and saved up for a ticket and then went to law school. Fear not, good majesty, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess on this stand, I'm but a witness like any other. Boy, the animators really did a good job with the hands. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence.
Your compassion overfloweth your mercifulness.
Oh, young lawyer, it is in my benevolence I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. There's a flaw? Nayuta. Yes, your mercifulness. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? It's not, that's how you say hi to Nayuta after all this time. Dirk Sadmadi, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. Right? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is.
Yes, your mercifulness.
Your momminess? You can't say that. Her benevolence, Princess Rayfa, saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30. Yet you, the defense, claimed the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. Yes. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah. Had she tried to exit before you all arrived, Princess Rayfa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. She hid in the tomb that she definitely knew was empty, and would have had a key for, because only members of the royal family have keys to that, or whatever she said. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense? Let's open the coffin. No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Sadbody, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. It's fucked up, all around. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, your eminence. And there you have it, your majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more.
Do I thank you, your eminence? Now then, your mercifulness, your testimony, if you please.
Everyone say bye to Garan. She's not leaving for any other reason other than normal thing. Normal reason, normal thing to leave right now. The lawyer's theory is absurd. I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I'd stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor, Dirk Sadmadi, for his crimes. Was that a Bancho fan? Have a good one, dude.
Such marvelous testimony, you're truly a treasure, your mercifulness.
This, too, is but by the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well.
Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say?
Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to this witness stand. Whoa, oh, tiger too. And to the purity of truth. Oh my god, look at that squirrel. Look at that squirrel chomping. Oh my god.
Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth. Praise be, Queen Amara, blessings upon her mercifulness. Where did these animals even come from?
I thought there were no tigers in court. Wait, that was important. Where did that tiger come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. Maybe there was a tiger at the royal grounds, and what we thought was the warbod making roar noises over the phone was actually the tiger on the grounds.
But remember, she's a grand priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony.
Okay, alright, okay, well. Fuck me, I guess. I want to hear what the tiger has to say. So no doing your job. Okay. I shall destroy your absurd and barbarous theory. Barbarous! My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous. And high-handed, if I may say so. Naito was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Pony's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory. Yeah, but they're smart. Surely you can steal better insults than Nayuta's best. Now then, all of you gathered in the sacred hall, need I remind you? I'm worried about what's gonna happen when she is put into a panic mode and all the animals have to bail. It's gonna be upsetting. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. There are no hippos in America, but Calvin Coolidge had one at the White House. Is that real? Why did Calvin Coolidge have a hippo at the White House? Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. That's the most logical answer. Yes, correct. He liked hippos. Hippo meat? What? Calvin Coolidge was a good friend of mine. Oh, really? Was he cool? After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today, for the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. Owned a pygmy hippo named Billy. Was a gift from rubber magnate Harvey Firestone. He spent most of his life at the National Zoo in DC. Billy the hippo. I would have never been able to leave. William Johnson Hippopotamus. I guess not. If I might ask. What's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality. You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It's as empty as my sarcophagus. If she wasn't in the sarcophagus, then where did she go? Does this something to do with like the broken statues and like the other evidence of the scene? Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I'd stopped channeling. Hold it! Maybe she never stopped channeling. And she's still channeling to this day. I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga. Yeah. And entered the tomb. Yeah. Amara's in the walls. The moment I ceased channeling, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Yep. Precisely. As you said yourself, defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Sadmati and Maya Fey. Maybe she channeled Dirk? And then knocked out Dirk? But then he came to and was holding the knife. I don't know. I don't know. Be it in this life or in the next. There is no escaping such simple truths. They are quite clean as well. My husband Dirk is the killer. He has fled from this sacred hall. Hold it! There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. Is it possible? I don't know if it works out or not. Is it possible she never stopped channeling? And that Dirk is actually dead? She killed Dirk and channeled Dirk, and then the Dirk we've been dealing with this whole time has been her? Is Dirk dead? I don't know. Is that a crazy theory? Never stop channeling. Cause think about it like this. She channels Inga, goes into there, and then Dirk goes in and finds Inga, who's actually her channeling him, and then Inga goes, haha, stab, stab, stab. Then she unchannels, and then Dirk's like, what the fuck? And then she kills Dirk and then channels. Would that work? She'd have to hide the body. Maybe she hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus and then channeled Dirk. And then he was like, oh, I came to and I was holding a knife. Maybe?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't just sit here and think about it. But I'm really, either there's a secret exit out of the tomb, or some extra shenanigans like that is happening. I don't know. Crazy enough to that's the thing. There must be a reason why I had to make his escape today. Where'd she get Inga's corpse then? Because he died in the tomb originally, and then she channeled his spirit from the other room, from his chambers, and then he returned there. I don't know. A reason! Perhaps. Perhaps what? And also, I mean, the reason that I went down that path is that it would explain why Dirk had to suddenly disappear. But that is also strange, because channeling doesn't mean she can just do whatever she wants with someone else's body. It's their spirit. I don't know. It's weird. There's a lot of weird. Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life.
What's this?
His planet needed him.
Objection!
The goofy little fawn. Oh, the end was really good. No, it's not like that, your mercifulness. Dats would have seen Dirk turn into her, right? Not just vanish? No, Dats might have just seen Dirk bail. And then be like, oops, I lost him. Killed Inga, dressed as Dirk, then channeled him? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. There's too many fake theories the game has presented that I'm now getting conflated with what actually happened, and I still don't know what entirely happened, so anyway, we're gonna move on. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? I always have my theories as we go. I don't always vocalize them, and I try not to let that put me... Sometimes it puts me in a box, and I have trouble getting out of that box, so I'm gonna just... I'm shaking away the clouds and just gonna focus on what we know. After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. Like, if the game was like, oh, Naina's not Amara, I'd be like, oh. Well, then shit, I've been so focused on that fact that I thought was fact that it's wrong, and now I don't know. That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me, you must believe me. What did we say? You ran off together after he rescued you. It was my duty as a wife to her husband to bend an ear to him, was it not? No, there's still more going on. Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me. That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me.
That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless.
Oh ho. Do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't gonna let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... For normal people... Maybe... Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder.
Very well, defense. Do explain.
I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. And by using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. She channeled into a bird.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it.
How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb? Hid in the sarcophagus. Channeled someone. She clung to the ceiling like Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Queen Amara must have clung to the ceiling. Yes, she was hanging off of it like one of Dats's dried geckos. No? That's not it? Damn. Thought that was gonna be it. Was it something I said? Nice try, Apollo, but you might want to try a different joke with this crowd.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Mr. Wright. How dare you compare her mercifulness to a mere gecko?
Sorry.
Now then, I will ask the defense again.
How did she disappear? Maybe she hid in the sarcophagus, which she already said can't have been what happened. Perhaps next you can explain when and how I was able to escape unseen. After all, the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. There could be a secret passage beneath that stone coffin. I've seen something like that before at a magic show back home. Oh, then let us shut you in the sarcophagus and see what happens. Naito, would you do the honors? Go ahead and throw away the key as well. Then we can witness his valiant escape through the supposed secret passage.
I mean, they spent $800 million.
on an empty sarcophagus in a hut around it. Like, secret passage seems like the least of what they would have done with that. That sounds wonderfully entertaining. I shall start making the preparations at once. You know what? I think I might have made a mistake there.
Don't even think about trying to escape from your mistake, Defense.
Like, if I was staging a fake assassination and then hiding someone and then spending a lot of money on a memorial on the royal grounds, you better bet there be some secret tunnels and entrances and stuff. Because again, no one touched the sarcophagus like that was cursed. I'm not saying it's what happened in the game. I'm just saying that the logic of like, no, of course not, is just like, that's the first thing that I would do. Is be like, no, it slides out of the way dramatically, and then there's stairs. Of course you do that. Secret tunnel in the tomb. Now, one game ago, there's a secret passage. In this game, there's been secret passages. Don't even think about trying to escape.
Now then, I will ask the defense again. How did she disappear?
Oh, man, I don't know. I just don't have it. The question is my stupid theory right, or is just a slightly less version of that what happened? Checking my grave for secret passages? Oh, man. I hope. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else.
I believe that actually makes sense.
What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a grand priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? Yeah. Oh, there go the animals. What the?
Bleak! Mercy or mercifulness!
I still have the thing.
How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution.
Immediate? Look at your sister. Your family commits murder all the time. Look at this whole family. Other than Rafa. No, good magistrates, quite all right.
Thunderbringer.
The Spider Queen. She clung to the ceiling. Qur'anism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to this blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to shrimply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. Is my stupid theory actually not as stupid? There was only one murder victim in the tomb. If Dirk's dead body's in the sarcophagus, I'm gonna lose it. And that was Minister Inga. The only others were right after his murder. Were there right after his murder. Were Dirk and Miss Faye. But I didn't see anything like that. But maybe she was sleeping. Think crazy. Had I channeled Inga as you allege? Well, the outcome would have been quite odd, to say the least, for there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Maya was in burger coma. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. That's true, but... Double Inga. I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim? Queen Amara, please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not gonna like what I'm about to find out? The other blood that was cleaned up. Inga was the sole victim. There was no other spirit to channel until he was dead. Hold it! Thought we're not supposed to do this, per the judge. What if there was another victim besides Minister Inga? What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the minister's. Yeah, but, Amara's counter-arguments are too spot-on for us to rebut. Actually, there is one possibility. What's the matter, Apollo? That's one heck of a face you're making. That's just my face. It's nothing, really. What that means... And then that means... But then if that... Over there way. I misremember his name as Nunya. Because name point is how identifies none your biz. My husband Dirk is the killer. No. Mistering was the sole victim. The other blood. Oh, and the... I completely forgot that the analysis was ran on that. That it was Dirk's... Ah, shit. Ah, son of a... If I remembered that, then I would have been more confident in my theory.
Objection!
Man, this sucks. I can't believe I'm presenting this, but it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... How does this make sense? I know I presented as a theory, but I was like, that is so implausible. It can't be.
Would the defense care to share something with us?
Queen Amara. You knew, didn't you? Whatever you talking about. If you won't tell this court, then I will.
Well, don't keep us waiting.
This case includes a second victim, one of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder. Was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Poor Apollo. Not only can he fit so many backstories, he can fit so many dead dads. Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you out, why no one found you after the murder was discovered. All his dads are dead, and the skies are gray. You putrid pepper of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? I hope at the very least Maya channels Dirk so he gets some closure. There's no way this can be true, but I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The only victim of Queen Amara channeled is Dirk. Well, that was a dramatic noise. Or they could channel Jove.
Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me.
Fuck this unwound future bullshit. I can't do this again. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. So he I was like, how would he not remember being murdered? So he knew, and he knew that he was being channeled? That's so fucked. That's so fucked. That's so fucked up. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Who? You can't mean Amara, right? Who? He couldn't accuse the love of his life. Oh my god, dude, get over her. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara...
What? You can't. That's not possible.
The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He is the other victim. Are they in cahoots or is he down bad? I think he's just down bad. I think he's just down bad. This is insanity.
Porkunka.
Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection.
Think stupid, they said. And for once, I thought stupid at the right amount. I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. Thank you, Azu. Does this count as a guilty verdict? Not guilty? Well, he's not guilty of the murder, but does it matter? I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this, I'm glad I figured that out like 10 minutes early, but I'm mad. This is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara, but it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. That's not how I clicked it for me, but it was just thinking of how could she have gotten out of the room? And if you remove the option of there being a secret passage, then that really just left one answer. And I was like, that's stupid. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? It was the sphincter. It was Maya. The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered. Did Inga kill Dirk or was it Amara Garan? That we don't know. I don't think it was Gron. I don't think Gron was there. That's what was one of my theories earlier, but I guess she does have a good alibi. There's no other issue with that, so... Yeah, I don't know the timeline. This shenanigans. That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. Does she? Well, I thought that there were other possible issues with it being like, oh, she was here spirit channeling and she changed shape or whatever, like, but I'm now kind of disregarding that, thinking of that as actually not being an alibi, but we'll see. And you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. This case fucked me up for like a week. Now, Yuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. At least he's only been there for a day, right? Ugh. Go check the tomb, but why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here. Inside the broken statue. Clearly.
Take that!
You would suggest... Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, the killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. And if it actually has a refrigeration built in, that would slow down, you know, any kind of... Ugh. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there. Don't make Emma do it! Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. I'm sure she's been around dead bodies plenty of times at this point, but even still, that's... Hey Emma, hey girl, how you doing? What's up, girl? How things? Now then, Detective Sky, your report if you please. I'll start with my findings. Did someone give her the key? Presumably. Oh wait, but who would have had the key at the... It's fine. Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. No, no, don't, no, not the gut punch. Stop it. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. Several days... It's even stupider than I thought. It's even stupider than I thought. I didn't dare think that stupid. A body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body. I don't want to see it. And I have positively identified it as... Okay, that's not that bad. Thought it was gonna be like, just fucking horrible. Dirk Sadmadi. Maya Fey. What? Phoenix Wright. Dirk! Shit. No! Oh, shit. Damn, dude. Oh, fuck, that's gonna leave a mark. No, Apollo, why? Why'd this have to happen? No. Damn it. He just lost his last brain cell. No. Damn it, Dirk. Answer me. Several days. How and when? When could? How did? Was there a part where he's like, I gotta go, I'll be right back. And then he showed back up. He's like, hey, what's up? Did that happen? How could this be? For why the call then? Was he dead when he rescued Apollo? It's only been a couple days. When did that... He was being shelled before he went to America? That was... The whole time? With the thing? That's why you show up in America? Why would that explain why you show up in America? I was given the weight it deserved, only it's turn again that made me cry. No, it's fucked up. No, it's good. It's good. Press the A button. I don't want to. I'm mad about it. The traitorous snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered. Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. It's because he was dead and wanted to see his son? I don't... The only reason that this made sense to me, and it didn't, was because of the locked room mystery and needing to get him out of there. Needing to get Amara out of there. If she did it days earlier, couldn't she at any time that he was by himself, just been like, whoop, okay, he's gone? Why would... I'm sure the game will explain. If it doesn't, I'm snapping my computer in half. I'm trying to... The reason I got to this theory was through logic, and now I'm like, I have no logic that explains this in this kind of timeline. Who? Where? Hi, Dad. I'm dead. Why was I even fighting for? Can I have your CPU? No, I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat the chip. What am I supposed to do now? What am I fighting for? Well, once again, I knew, but I'm glad that the stream title is accurate. Just me going, I. Bury me with my processor. I need a game in the afterlife. Son? Don't you fucking... Okay. I'm glad it's a vision and not him being channeled in court right now. A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Okay, Dad. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. Thanks, Dirk. But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Oh, hey, I'm back. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. He said that, and I had a couple thoughts, and none of them were this. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk? Dragon never yields. Kiryu! No! Come on, come on. Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now. Apollo? Detective Sky. Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. Okay. Alright. I believe they are the cause of death. Yeah, that would probably do it. That sucks. He ate them! There's 3 bullets inside of his organs, but no bullet holes on his body. What caused this mission? He ate the bullets. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. The whole time. Fuck. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion.
Yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dark when I saw him in the States. Would Nina have had a cover story?
Take that!
This is who was channeling him? I don't think so. Was it not Nina? I was like, You sure? I guess it's a bit of a stretch. Who would have had a cover? That's the understatement of the year. That's gonna leave a mark. Only a few spirit mediums. Answer should be pretty obvious. The festival offered an answer within the realm of possibility this time. That's why I was like, she's at Rafa's the whole time. That we would have heard if she went missing earlier. I don't need a load, it's fine. So the only possible options are Queen Garan, Nina, and Maya. I think Garan would have had...
Take that!
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Who hates this game? Come the fuck on. This is good. This is tearing my heart out into pieces and stomping it on the floor. Someone's gonna say this game sucks? How could you? Holy shit. Holy shit. It just clicked. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Maya. Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Maya's safe and all for sure. He said that she was safe, and also both Maya and Dirk have talked about having secrets and things that they promised, and yeah, it just, And do you remember what she said earlier? Yeah. The thing that just fucked me up is thinking about their motivation for doing that, and that's just, it's just... makes me want to not... Please just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? A pretty big one. And then for her to be like, oh, Apollo, we've never met. I mean, technically true. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yeah, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. Apollo, there's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, she's crying! No! Shit! Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder. Darn your name. Who taught her to cry? Hey, young lady, time to get you up and out of here. Ooh! It's that revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag, so I started digging around. That's when I found you'd been abducted. Why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Pal? Gumshoe? Hello. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. Maya took a bite of burger and then the ketchup splatter. That's got us smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies. Dirk! Yeah, he's fine. Again, it's just ketchup. Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? Gah.
What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this. Bye. Nice. Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. No. No. These ropes. I've got to help you.
Relax. It's gonna be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer.
No, don't say that.
You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit.
Stop it. Don't give up like that.
If you do, untying a rope like that'll be child's play.
No. Please hang in there. You can still make it.
Promise. Promise me. One thing, young lady. It's about my son.
Who, Nayuta?
Dirk.
Was talking about you, Apollo. Nayuta off the side like, damn it. Neither of his parents really talk about. It's fine. This sucks. This sucks to look at. This smiling, crying Maya sucks. No, get it off the screen. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. Parallels to case 3-5. He really said that? Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance. It also explains a lot about how a wanted international criminal could just be like, yep, I'm in America. How we doing? You just show up here without warning after all this time. What gives?
I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice.
Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. And then Maya went back to get recaptured? Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on.
Son.
Thank you for the bits. I know Miss Faye, and I won't disappoint him.
Defense, if you're ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case?
Yeah, he's been accused of the murder of Inga, and he clearly was murdered by Inga days beforehand. Yes, this does impact the case. I believe I can explain everything now. Nope, this changes none of the facts. He's guilty.
Guilty. Sentence him to death.
Maya has to channel him, and then they have to kill him.
Your explanation, please.
Okay. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk as channeled by Miss Faye did. Right. Yeah, right. So did Inga agree to this, not thinking that... No, because Inga must have put the body in the circle... What? I'm so confused. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. This is such a mess. this fucking case. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. Is that why he screamed because he saw Dirk seemingly alive? Yeah. This is Naina, right? It was you, wasn't it? Thank you for the bits. I'll get caught up on those later. The fact of the matter is Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. Everyone was already dead before they killed the other person that was already dead. It's really simple. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. Wasn't the hostage exchange arranged between Dirk and Inga, or am I misremembering? Was it Inga and someone else, and then Dirk showed up? It's been so long, I don't remember. He had a nightmare. Yeah. When Wright and Inga? I don't know. We're definitely sure what I'm saying. Inga thinks Dirk has magic powers, honestly. Well, yeah. Both the defendant and the victim were already dead when they were seen entering the tomb. Yes. Yes, long ago. I'm just trying to remember exactly. He knew there was a hostage exchange supposed to happen. I think it was not supposed to be Dirk, and Dirk was like, oh, I'll take care of it. Shows up, and then Inga's like, what the fuck? It's too much. Well, this is a lot. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Inga and hid herself. He killed and hid Dirk's body and then heard him on the phone. He heard Dirk on the phone? Right, because he spoke to him on the phone from America. Right. Shit. Then when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., I totally forgot about that exchange too. She snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible. Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. She's twiddling her thumbs. Are you telling me that extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... What? Was there There was an extra Magatama? Oh, right. That's right, Prosecutor Samani, and you've seen one in action before. I totally forgot that there was a second one. I didn't think that was the thing. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. I 100% forgot about that detail. 100% forgot about that. That sucks. In other words, a brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. That makes sense. Meh! After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit, which she just had on her, and tied her up. Where would that have been? Where would her clothes have been? I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Okay, alright, sure. At least they acknowledged it. I'm fine with it. Then Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. Mm-hmm. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped right under our noses. It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding? So ultimately, it was all for naught. Nayuda? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting? They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuda, how can you... Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution is withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No! Dirk's dream can't die like this! I'm not gonna sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't! Nayuda, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who've been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. Technically. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantively prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.? Well, no, I don't, but... It seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I've fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sadmati, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sadmati to be the foul murderer that he was. and every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the DCA. As you wish, Your Eminence. Surprised she hasn't showed up with fabricated evidence at this point, if that's what happened 23 years ago. Why is Nayuta doing this? Garan shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives?
Nayuta, what's left to chain you to her like this?
Very well then, Queen Amara, please proceed with your additional testimony.
People at risk of being executed in this trial. Polly, Nick, all the revolutionaries, possibly Maya. No longer Dirk, though. Dirk's off the list. He's been moved to the was dead for days list. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Thanks for 29, Soko. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now, let us end this charade. All the animals are back. For the eternal glory of Kurain and its people. They're back. I love the tiger's doofy face. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. But if his theory is not true, then what do you replace it with? Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theory is about a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now.
The defense may proceed with its cross-examination.
Yes, your majesty. I'm gonna get it on it. Okay. A ghost did it. Biblically accurate roasting. Well done, you've painted me as a killer.
Hold it!
Yes, I have. Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment. You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised, considering you learned from him. Him? You mean Dirk, right? Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me, a grand priestess with his silver tongue. We are still talking about the case, right? Surely you've heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before? Ah, but to think that I, of all people, would fall under that devil's spell.
Well, how did they ever get together in the first place, let alone procreate?
I would advise all here today to beware this lawyer's silver tongue, lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. However, you have no evidence.
Hold it!
Evidence nuts. I admit I don't have any solid evidence yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Kurain. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer.
Eek! Forgive us, your mercifulness.
Really, Your Majesty? But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Kurain?
Objection!
Oh, come on. What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. Correct. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense?
Of course I can't.
Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Which one can I actually prove? I don't know. What can I prove? Prove she killed Inga or prove she was in the tomb? Plus step on his back. Understand? Yeah. Yeah. Is that? Yeah. Huh. What would that prove? There's blood, medication, thing, other thing, other thing. Here's the thing. Yeah. A picture of dead Dirk. A dead Dirk? He never confiscated it. This Dirk. He shot 3 times in the chest. Oh, he does have the other half of a necklace. A butterfly. Wait, a butterfly? So what would that prove, necessarily? That she was involved somehow? Not necessarily? We could argue it. Would that prove she was in the tomb? Because it had her... Yeah, let's try that. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. And also that she kept her half of their necklace all these years, so... Her being like, he was awful, lol. Might be an act? Seems whoever bent on painting is the killer, but then why would she... Well, if the shoe fits... Very well. Let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, don't you? There's nothing to prove I was even at the scene of the crime. If the foo shits by simply changing into Dirk's clothes and channeling his spirit, it is a fact the killer altered the crime scene. How very perceptive of you. In trying to accomplish everything, the killer would have been pressed for time, may have even committed an error that could prove crucial to this case. And sometimes the significance of certain pieces of evidence can change in the face of new facts and circumstances. Why don't you take another look at all the evidence we have? You think I'll see something? Is there anything from the tomb that's taken on a different meaning now? Yeah, it's good. That's sneaky.
Objection!
Queen Amara! Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in the tomb and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime. And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it did himself. That's why I didn't think about it like that. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's.
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is. And I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This is spot in it. This right here proves it. His eye patch. Inside the eye patch is a picture of Amara holding the necklace, saying, "This is mine, it belongs to me."
Take that!
I'll rest me case. You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh, now that you mentioned it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own 2 of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. Dirk was a little freak and wore both sides of the friendship necklace. He got them made and presented it to Amara, and she was like, "Ew, gross, no," and then he kept both of them, because he was sad. A pair? If the blue was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
Should've gone with 3 of a kind build. It can be a little risky with certain builds, though. That depends. That's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmati. Depends on what jokers you have. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again. Now this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid, to be exact. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara, it belongs to you, doesn't it? Tiger sees him. It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be, Mother. Tell me it does not belong to you. Look at the time.
Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. There's the word. Thanks for 15. Look at him wiggling in food. Enjoy the emotes and you golden gorgles and all this, such as. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know. He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond.
I have one more big secret. Thank you, computer. I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Then why even mention it at all? Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Go get a munch. That's why he's the goat. Yeah, fucking Dirk. Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. It's kind of fucked up that later finds out both his mom is alive and his dad is dead in the same trial and doesn't seem to have a strong response to either fact. Are you going to betray him now? He just reserved one eye to look at his wife the entire time. I wouldn't put it past this case. Dirk. Oh! Wow. This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime? Well, she's looking at us now. That's something. I can deny it no longer.
Yes.
The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Kurain, who slew Minister Inga.
Yes.
Get fucked. Why? I just want Dats to Assassin's Creed drop right now. just assassinate her and jump out of the window.
This is beyond belief.
Mother, why would you? Forgive me, Nayuta. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way?
Well, that is in the law book. If it was the only way. So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmati, I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive.
I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Requiescat in pace, bozo. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, so why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it, that Dirk tried to assassinate her. Your Majesty, is it not time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm.
Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sadmati, if you have no further objections. This cannot be, my mother.
I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But not for the fire, so I guess we have that to do still.
Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmati.
Hold it. Rafa? Your benevolence? I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, your benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nana? Don't call her Raytheon. Rafa.
Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake.
She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion.
Thanks for the Prime Maker Club. Your Honor, Chunky Amogus France, the defense rests.
Guilty, guilty, guilty. I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Barbed head, hornhead, are you going to let this stand? I mean, Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth, but it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? There's no punishment, but... yeah, we're good. Yo, weeb. How you doing? Is this the right thing to do? Dirk's been proven innocent, so there's that. Almond truth. But has every last bit of the truth really come out here today? Apollo, if you have any doubts, you should keep digging deeper. If you can't get to the truth here in a sacred hall of justice, where else can you? Right. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Get out while you can. I fucking feel that. How much longer? Hornhead?
Very well then, will the defense please tell us this?
What important fact about this case has yet to come to light? The murder method, the motive, Amara's married life. The motive? I guess the motive? Tell me about her married life. We still don't have a clear picture of your married life with Dirk, Queen Amara. Give us the deets. You would have me speak of such matters here, in front of all these people. Yes, please. Inquiring minds want to know. But it's so embarrassing.
The defense will take full responsibility for my second-hand embarrassment. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I'm definitely feeling the hot burn of shame right now. Now then, would you care to try again? What important fact about this case have yet to come to light?
The murder method. We still don't know how Minister Inga was killed.
I thought we established that at the very beginning.
Indeed. Did I not stab him from behind? Or would you claim there to be another possibility? No, that sounds about right.
Does it now? Well, this penalty feels about right too.
But... I know there's something that hasn't come to light yet.
Now you may proceed if you're ready to present with a regular normal answer.
Thank you for the beats. The investigations games.
All right. What about the motive?
What about the motive? Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? Felt like it? That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkul Kurain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy. Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb? So that... was that actually what he was doing? Where he wrote down in his notebook saying, ha ha ha, me, Inga, the person writing this right now of sound mind, I plan on a coup? That was actually his plan? That wasn't him being set up to look like the Fall Guy? For some other royal shenanigans? Because that was very strange. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fei's abduction? Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power. After which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Oki? Thanks for 3 years. Enjoy Oki. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling. And Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage away from prying eyes. He had the concept. Yeah, he was working on it, mulling on it, and writing down incriminating evidence. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m. during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. Oh. Oh. My bracelet. Apollo? Yep. It seems this trial's far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must, I will perceive. Sight within sight. My eyeball will see all. Hello. During the rite of channeling, she's doing the fucking cat. The fucking TikTok cat. That's what she's mouthing in slow motion. The what? I wish I didn't know. But my wife loves watching TikTok very loudly. What about this? What about this? I mean, it's gotta be the second half of this, but come on. My wife! Oh! I saw her finger do it with a little wiggle. And it wasn't during the part that I thought it was gonna be. Which means we gotta loop it again. The finger did a wimgle. Do it again. Oh, there it goes. Ooh. Oh.
Gotcha!
Yeah, I got you now. Hiya! Hiya! Dang, that's pretty so. And not ridiculous, like a ghost hand. Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? Is there more with that? I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. But I detected it with my special eyes. Oh? And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? When you breast boobily, whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m., and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? He's just staring at her chest like that. The rite of channeling, didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Was that Amara? How, fuck. I wanted to discard that because it makes things simpler. Queen Amara, here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Is Amara dead too? And Garan. Everyone here. Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... There's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. Just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. Might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. That's true. You can just magically find more detail in a photo by just cranking up the brightness. That's real. Unless he shot it in RAW and then process it, you know. Bailiff, please please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. Did she leave? Oh, I know. Enhance. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Here you are, I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. Not like that, you can't. Alright, sure. What's that right there? An injury? No, wait. I think it's a burn scar. Perceiving it the normal amount. Stop making Yamo run around. Wait a second. Your Eminence! Oh my god. fucking jump scare. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. Can I take back everything I was saying about this game earlier? About it being good? Plot relevant cleavage. I swear to God. Can I hit one of the triggers real quick? What? What are you making like a Metal Gear? Should I shake the controller? Good God. Good God. What's the problem? No problem. No problem detected.
Nice. Ninja Gaiden reference. Oh. I haven't played Ninja Gaiden. What's going on here? The triggers hide the text. Oh. If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garon, then who is it? It's Miles. It's got to be Miles. Oh, I have her as a separate thing now. Yep.
Take that!
There you go. Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garon. It's you, posing as her, isn't it?
What does that fuck up if that's the case?
The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos is almost exactly the same. Almost. And you're both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garon. But then what was Queen Garon doing at the time? Ugh. Then it was Garon killing Inga, and then Amara covered up. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? I guess because if we closed the book and said this is what happened, then Queen Garon gets off scot-free when she probably is guilty of a bunch of this. Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Show the judge. Booba. Uh-oh. That's bad. That's bad. That's not good. Great. Look! Everyone, look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. I need a closer look. Let me grab my peepers for peeping. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is. It's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places? Twins. It's always twins. Amara's confession earlier was also fake. Oh my god. Stop. What, mother? What is the meaning of this? This came out on the 3DS. Oh, so you could have adjusted the 3D slider? If you had the 3D slider cranked all the way up and they went, look! Just, your DS would explode. Don't you see this changes everything? We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m., the exact time the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi, so Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I am afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. Porkunka. We're so dying. We're so being executed by the state. There's no way. If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garon wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi. It was Athena. It was Athena, Your Honor. Throw her away and lock her up and throw away the key.
Take that!
Why, is this some kind of a joke? No, Your Majesty, I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garon Sigatar Kurain. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garon ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body? And then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garon, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness?
It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother? Mother? Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... Pleasure.
Mother! No! Ha 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 ha! I really did it!
Your Eminence, my life is yours. Isn't he one of Garon's royal guards?
Well, I guess that clears up everything. Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrest that guardsman. Mother!
Garon couldn't have. Could she? She did a little. Nope.
Someone call for an ambulance quickly now.
Oh my god. To be How the fuck is this trial not over? Case 5, am I right? We've been here for years. We're lucky the ambulance made it in time. But we've been forced into a recess for now while things get straightened out. I can't believe what just happened. Tell me about it. Do you think Garon put that guard up to it? If she did, she's going to regret it. I was thinking that Apollo hasn't had a brain blast this case. And things seem to be lining up too well that there wouldn't be room for one. And I didn't say that out loud because I knew I would jinx things, but I think the thought alone jinxed it. If she did, she's gonna regret it. 5-hour-long highlights. That's only if you clip, chat, so no one clip anything. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Queen Amara. Your benevolence? Any news on her condition? She's undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. Hospital. They're giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though. That Garon, justice will be served. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. What was that about being reunited? Oh, it's nothing. Right. How are you, Hornhead? Changing the subject. Dirk Sadmati was your father in all but blood, after all. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence, but I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm gonna stay focused on. Hornhead. You are sturdier than your stature lets on. It's true. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo? Yeah. Hey, Dats.
Turk, that was a real shocker, all right. Can't believe the dragon is dead.
Dats. Say, AJ, I was wondering, when Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or if it was a part of Garon or Amara's plan. Man, our dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? Don't give up yet. There's a very good chance that Garon is the real culprit in all this. And if we can prove her guilt in court, you're right. That could be just the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ. The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. On the day's work. Who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. This is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do this for him. The Honorable Rebel Dirk Sadmati. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Why not? Thank you, Jonathan. Sorry, not Jonathan. Thanks for 24. I mean, he seems like quite an interesting man. Did she bump her head or something earlier?
The trial's about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once.
Already? After what just happened? The first thing Garon will do is respond to that last accusation. So you better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garon, here comes justice. Punished Apollo based his outfit on Dirk's. There is 100% a resemblance in hindsight. Which is probably either coincidence or... yeah. Just thinks eye patch was cool. It is cool.
Justice. Now then, let us resume today's proceedings.
It's like still a dude mopping up the blood. Huh? What? Oh. Where's Nayuta? I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing.
What?
Weren't you pointing at Amara and being like pantomiming gun, her, you, now? He wasn't acting under your orders?
How dare you cast such suspicion upon her eminence?
It is quite all right, Your Majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. Remember when he went, ha ha ha, Your Majesty, I did it for you. You're welcome. Goron fits as well. Yeah, it's just an objectively evil-looking design. Where they're like, he, and just clearly scheming at all times. I don't believe that for a second. Now then, Your Majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility.
A new possibility, you say?
Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me. That's convenient.
What?
Bailiff, call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed. What she got up her sleeve this time? Is it Maya? This is gonna be Maya.
I have a really bad feeling about this.
Who is that? Who goes there? Who is this? Oh. Oh. What? What? Huh? What? Huh? Huh? He's the one who confessed? He's taking the fall. But why? What does she possibly have on him?
Prosecutor Sanbari, you're the real killer?
I questioned him during the recess as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed his crime to me. Bishonen bait? Sit down. There's a killer about. Nayuda, you didn't really do it, did you? Don't call it Bishonen bait. Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga. Why, how, and when and where? I got the what?
Nayuta!
Why did what?
Please. Prosecutor Sadmari, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed.
Yes, I am certain, for I killed him by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Was not expecting this. Nayuda, retract your confession now. Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination. Who cares about that? Admit it. It was Queen Goran who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? Uncle side? Is that a word? You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. Arg, but... Or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder?
That is... What do you think you're doing? You idiot! You baka!
Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Garan got to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming. Nayuda, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Garan's bidding?
Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor Sadmari, your testimony, please.
Patricide. Avunculus is the word for killing your uncle. Avuncula? Sounds like a vampire. I could not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under sus for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Kurain. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let her go so far for my sake. Well, case closed. You do understand what you're doing, right, Nayuda? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty. If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Nayuda? Or the queen?
Objection!
Enough. This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony.
Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination, defense.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna blow his problematic testimony to smithereens.
You get him. You get him. You get him. That's
One. Now, you must wait till the cross-examination. All right, it is now the cross-examination. Thank you. I could not remain silent where evidence was held or such. Maybe it was self-report, Your Honor. You kept quiet all this time even though you were the real killer? Yes, and I accept that what I have done can never be forgiven. But I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the Queen herself. Prosecutor Sarmati has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He is taking responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to Queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Karain would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known. What a bunch of baloney. I'm going to ask you again, Nayuta. Did you really kill Minister Inga? Yes. No matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable. Okay. It was I. Hold it. How did you do it? When did you do it? It is not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict is rendered. There is no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It is that simple. Bleh. Why you always have to be so stubborn, Nayuta? I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this. I think we'll need some evidence before we can get him to retract his confession. Either that or we'll have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart. It's not going to be easy either way. Do we have any evidence about Nayuta in the court record? Sadbari, what was the motive for your crime? I had reason enough. He's never not like this. He's always like this. Do we have anything about him in here, around here, of here? Something that ties Sadmati to something that's happened anywhere? You don't know who the baby is still, 100%. Yeah. Another statement. Yeah. You sure? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Don't know his name. Chat keeps calling him Jove, and I'm like, I think that's a spoiler. I don't think we know his name, but maybe I forgot. The biggest passport I fixed from my brand of the fire. The idea that since the father visited upon the children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Karain's people. He never confiscated it. Dirk told us his name? We were told it. I forgot. Okay. I forgot. Thank you, chat. I did forget. Jove just, I forgot. Okay. Well, then we have that. That seems to be the only thing we have. Is that he didn't confiscate his badge. It all comes back to the badge. He had to die for the future of Karain. How would I do it? What do you mean by that? Minister Inga was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in a coup. I had to nip this evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul. Jovis Jupiter, yes. So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the queen? Long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens. We command the people's awe and respect with the power to commune with the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world. But if spirit channeling is so important, why did you have Queen Amara perform the rite? I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. She would fulfill her duty only when the desire struck, as sporadic as that was. It was, therefore, something she did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it. A meaningless whim? Hard to press a statement like that. Now, if I may return to my testimony. Why is she a Darkstalker? I consider divine judgment cast upon a fiend. Divine judgment? Yes, I rendered judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother. Are you saying that Holy Mother guided you? No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of circumstance. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I have done. I willingly sacrificed my soul to protect this kingdom's future. Ah, snap out of it already, Nayuta. So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? Why does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him? Amara expressed a similar motive. As for her mercifulness, she is truly deserving of her title. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed to let her go so far. So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime. Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all the guilt upon herself. Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in his testimony, but how? Now, you know, could it be you didn't know Naina's real identity? I mean, we didn't see his response, so... You told Amara what to do. Did you tell Amara what to do? No, she acted upon her own volition. She must have somehow discovered my crime and then staged the crime scene. Sounds plausible, but I'm not buying it. I don't think we'll get anywhere if I press the issue. You think Nayuta would confess to the crime? Can't say I saw that coming. Why, Nayuta? Why? Why are you putting yourself on the line for Garan? I wonder if Garan has something on him. I don't think so. Amara's currently fighting for her life. I don't see what Garan could threaten him with. Maybe that's just it. Maybe there's something else that we don't know about. Dido's rebel killer Lady Kira, who does do a murder. Yeah, but that's not the Holy Mother. That's like the Batman.
Hold it!
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know Naina's real identity? You didn't realize Naina was actually Queen Amara, your own mother? That is not as strange as you might think. Much time had passed since we last met, after all. Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt. No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother. Huh? That's weird. Are you sure about that? I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time. Nayuta, please add that last statement to your testimony. I was reunited with my mother, Queen Amara, 15 years ago when Dirk abducted her. 15 years ago, huh? That's around the time I left for the US. What happened after Dirk helped Queen Amara escape? Agents of the Crown pursued us relentlessly, so we had to live a life on the run. Mr. Justice, know that Dirk sent you away so that you would not be caught up in that life we led. Oh, is that how it happened? Thanks. Can't believe it's been 15 years. Apollo, something about Nayuta's testimony. Yeah, the discrepancy is a bit hard to miss, but what could it mean? Nayuta got to meet his mother back when Dirk rescued her. That's what he's saying. It's news to me, though. I already been sent away by that point. Now that I've dragged more testimony of him, what can I do with it? What's up with Apollo now? What do you mean? This is starting to get weirdly personal. That happens. Was you know my mother Queen Amara 50 years ago? So, is that just the photo or something else? Is there something else that I present that doesn't line up? During Amara's life on the run 23 years ago. Yeah.
Objection!
It's gotta be the photo. It's gotta be the photo. You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that? He did, but if we take what you just said as a fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. The baby. Which I already theorized about several times. This isn't making any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. What does not make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old? The baby.
Take that!
Take that baby. Nayuta, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. How old is Rafa? I thought she was like 14? 14? Yeah. Dirk said the baby in the photo was you. But that doesn't make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? Behold, baby. He's definitely sweating bullets over there over something. Apollo, if this baby isn't Nayuta... Wait, you don't think... Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Nayuta, is that why you obey Queen Garan's every command? You presume too much. And that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well. To protect this other child. The baby. A child born 15 years ago? They would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. This is just a guess. 14 or 15. 14 or 15. It's probably all be. Wow, they really... I mean, there's not really anyone else that they could have aged to be around then. It's probably Miles. This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains the strange behavior.
This is the child who was born to Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago.
Yeah. It's gotta be Gumshoe.
Hey, pal.
All those strange statements she kept making, now they all make sense. Not a terrible mother, she's a terrible aunt. That's just, you know, that makes it all okay.
Prosecutor Salmari, may I ask you something?
Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafe was carrying on about telling the truth to the people, so I told her. I told her what the truth really was. And they set it up to be about Queen Amara being alive, although then the about me part was kind of overlooked.
It's up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. I cannot accept this. Something the matter, Your Benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. Makes no sense. She would not have killed my father. Why? Why did this happen? Just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara.
It's all coming together.
Now I see, Nayuta, why you do what you're told. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was... Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you are about to say. But I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear for your siblings' reputation. My badge? The baby? I don't, why would they, what am I not thinking about? Is it tied to the DCA? I don't know. I think I get it. I don't think I get it. Dirk's badge. Dirk's badge? Read the files. The files! This is the thing. But he's been doing this for a long time, so it's not gonna be something that just happened. Yeah, he fell over. I think I get it. I mean, I think I have it mostly figured out. I'm just like, what specifically would be problematic about Rafa's reputation as evidence? And the poo brain is very strong right now. Check everything. Yeah. Now, if I remember about 23 years ago, read the files. Which files? 2 p.m. desolate, bizarre manhole into a firecracker, shock looked on the thing, it shoots shadow. Yeah, that's fine. Any other evidence, those where criminals will be deemed just as guilty. But her job as the diviner, as the Final Fantasy X channeler, that doesn't mean that she's abetting them. I don't think that applies to her. Mara slept asleep, impaled and perished in the fire. Larry found the scene of Dirk's fingerprints on it. As the son of the terrorist, Dirk Nayuta was expelled from the royal family. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. We got there in the end. We got there in the end. Hey, for gore. Alright. The sins of the father visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of Kearney's people.
Take that!
There we go. Forgot about that little tidbit. And that is... a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. Of particular note right now is what's written here. The most important rule. Metal Gear? The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. I always forget about Rule 34, which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Garan, but at some point, you came to serve the very regime you despised. And that was because the Queen found this chink in your armor.
That's how she came to use your sister against you. I'm gonna figure out Rafa because you're really confused about the baby for a bit. You presented that fact. You unsurprised? I wasn't convinced of anything. I forget exactly when it was one. I think it was one of the things in the flashbacks, or maybe something else. I don't remember. At some point, there was a seed planted in my brain about maybe Rafa's parentage. I think it was just the baby. I think it was the photo of Amara. Because they were like, oh, this is clearly was taken after she died. Could that be Nayuta? Possibly, or it was taken later and it was Rafa. Those were like the two options. So I think that was it. We've shaded the foundations around it for like a month now. Yeah, this poor girl. Have you been keeping the secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? Well, who could we be talking about? You're an innocent party to all of this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you who is destined to ascend to the throne need not fret over one such as I. Oh, so she doesn't have any siblings, does she? Under the Garan lineage. So if she was cast out of the royal family, that would be quite dramatic for the royal family. That'd be fine. I cannot accept that. What you say is it's malarkey. Don't you even care what happens to you? Just make a new baby. Before country, queen, law, and everyone's future. My personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot. I shall continue to rule Korean until the day Rafa succeeds me. For that is what is best for our kingdom. He doesn't speak Koreanese. Are they speaking Koreanese? I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this, in exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe and the kingdom shall prosper. She's the queen and the law. She could be like, you're not executed, but you're banished or something. That is all I can ask for with my meager existence. Nayuta, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future? No, the Nayuta I know would never let himself be turned into this. She won't, but she could. When the killer makes threats and no one reacts? Yeah. I like looking at the low-res, low-poly people in the background. Just being like, yep, that checks out. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict. Get him. Keep fighting. A dragon never yields, Apollo. You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuta. But I know that deep down there is still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that perseveres through the most desperate of times. And it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet. The badge.
Take that!
His. When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence. All except this. That's good. Did you take your badge too? Nope. I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. Was that Maya at the time, channeling Dirk? It must have been. So Maya was in jail even more than we thought she was this game. That's great. Tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take his badge? No, that was Amara? Oh, right, because if it was after... You're right. Never mind. I retract my statement. If it was after Inga's body was discovered, then it's Amara. If it was before that, but after the previous trial, then it was Maya. Well, it was channeling jail a lot, yeah. But anyway, you couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? More comfortable on the inside. I know why. They swapped around Dirk duty. Yeah. It's because this badge meant something special to us. Dirk in American, Amara in Korean. Yeah. Hey, Dirk. Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right?
This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Oh, that was not good. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Korean's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass it on to yeah, it's true. You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it?
Our father indoctrinated both of us from a young age. You never gave up, and you never will, because you still believe that all the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? Get his ass. Hit him in the emotional weak point for massive damage. You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. Yeah. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know, until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Remember.
Nayuda, Apollo, hold on!
Remember how awful Edgeworth was in Ace 21? Most prosecutors spend most of their time being awful and annoying. And then they have a redeeming bit at the end where I'm like, oh, they're pretty good.
What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuda, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me.
Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Nayuda, I knew you. However, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died. Murdered along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way. But
Such insolence!
what if we didn't? Thank you, asshole.
You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer.
Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering, the immutability of his duty? What does the judge think of any of this? It's time to accept defeat.
Ah, I only accept the toes.
Now, watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will.
Oh, yes, your evidence.
Objection!
He's thinking about a frog or a toad doing a spin. Wait a second.
What do I do? Does the defense wish to raise an objection?
There's got to be some way to save Nayuda. Apollo. It all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal. So if we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara, Nayuda and Rafa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left. Because it was all destroyed in the fire. Where's Maya? And Dirk investigated the matter for years but never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. We gotta channel the evidence! He must have secretly planted something to topple Garan with somewhere. Take another look at the evidence. You just might find what we need to break out of this situation with in there. Got it. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Is this the 3rd case in a case or the 4th? This is like case 20. If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall render my verdict. No, about the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information we'd like to share with the class.
Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial.
Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? This is case 1.
Very well. What is the source of your new information?
Is picture my dad?
Take that!
Is picture my dad?
A photograph?
Do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago?
How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes.
Well, about that, the truth is, he was my biological father.
Oh.
What? Why, of course. With his photo and her benevolence. Exactly. We might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. Get ready to fucking cry. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Kurain, we can witness the final memories of the dead. I thought we were gonna channel him, and they could have a tearful goodbye. But the divination seance makes more sense. There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what you think, but Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. I can do that after, yeah. Once we've established it, then we can get all sad. He did? Yep, and boy, is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court and save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim. Channeling is so last season. What a waste of time. The events of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open, and I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance. There's literally 30 cases inside this case. It's just a never-ending matryoshka. Your benevolence! If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Yeah, you got a good look at his face there. That's fine. Also, it does definitely just have his name there, Jove Justice, so I totally forgot. You'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course. Leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is... Jove Justice. Hopefully that's not a nickname or shortened or not his legal name. He could have just taken the stage name Jove Justice and then we're just back to square one. All right. Jangling Jove. Literally by Jove. Yeah. Judge. Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready. I'm gonna skip the cutscene. We've seen it enough times at this point.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here
No skip,
be
the
clear,
final dance.
and our ears be unstopped.
If it's the final dance,
O
then maybe.
dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me,
Alright, if it's
so
the
that
last
we may
one.
receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
You're right, we haven't seen it this stream, technically. If chat's lying and there's another seance after this, I'm quitting forever. Never again. The sad dance. The dance of devotion or the sad dance of devotion? I said I'd never skip this. And then I skipped it. No, I gotta crank the volume then. I do like the jams. It's a good jam. She's the princess. You don't skip the princess. Do we get a dead Dirk dance? We didn't do a divination seance for him, did we? That's fine. Didn't really need to. People die, and Rafa dances. Yeah. Spin. Wahoo! Yippee! Yahoo! Dills were Ned is dressed as her. Oh my god. Just grab her 3D model and make her do some Fortnite dances. Burning heat. Hot, 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 hot. Crying. Baby. Baby Apollo. He only has one. Oh, he does have two. Pain. Uh-oh. No, drop the baby. What's that in a reflection? Is that someone throwing a lighter down? Crying, heat, pain. Oh. Huh. Well, Dropped as a baby. Explains a lot. Him reach. Cut to Apollo just be like, I'm okay, I'm okay. The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. He didn't die in the fire, he was fucking murdered. Yep. So those were my father's final moments. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo. I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead? Yes, please proceed. The brain damage timeline occurred earlier than we thought. Yeah. Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. This is great. Like, for her arc to now be like, here are my interpretations as gleaned from the vision. Now we can talk about them. Like, it's good shit. It's good shit. She's not just saying the same thing. She's learning. It's good. Rafa's insight. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. Oh, and the hand was holding gloves. That's what's important. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. He's holding the gloves. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. My father's final memories, they're right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? So, first I'm gonna save. I'm assuming I'm just gonna throw it to, wait, his fingerprints were discovered in the lighter. Hiya! Metallic sound. Can I just point to that site?
Objection!
And get an enhancement on it? Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. Nice. I'm glad I was right. I believe you're right. What could this mean? It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better. Very well, I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision. Enhance. Oh, would you look at... It does seem that there was a glove on that hand. And a very distinct collar as well. Yeah, a cuff. Great. Excellent. Still, what significance could that have? Do you not see that, Rafa? Okay. It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire. He's got a good old hand collar. All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they're his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter. It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights. If someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, then we know not to whom it belongs. Okay, she's updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any other new inconsistencies that have been found. To be found. So is there something else other than that? Let's see. That was the immediate thing that jumped out at me. So there's something else I'm supposed to find? Because that doesn't seem like enough to, like, change things. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Was he knocked out? He felt pain, so... Pain. Kabonk. The experiment found the lighter found the scene of the crime. If someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, we know... Oh, just we know not? Okay. Maybe we'll just do that. The hand.
Objection!
It was gasping. Your benevolence? Never mind. Okay. Where exactly does this inconsistency lie? Well, it's... Why is that not it? It's fine. Too early? I guess. So what else could it be? If someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, we know not to whom it belongs. His father tried to save somebody, perished in the attempt. That's fine. His parents were discovered in the lighter found at the scene of the crime. He happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. I don't see any other issues. Let's watch the tape again. Yeah. What's that broken on the ground there? There's a cup. Oh, is that a chair knocked over, maybe? That's probably fine. I don't know if that's anything in the top left. Yeah, it looks like one of the chairs. Okay. Here's crying, burning heat, pain. Still here's crying. Metallic sound. That's fine. Burning heat, crying, pain. What's the issue? I made the wrong area of the site? I mean, I picked the hand. If it's another part of it... I mean, I'll save. I already took 1 damage, so that's fine. Not going for a perfect score or anything. Just want to not get myself in a game over because I'm fucking around. Certain places outside, they know not to whom it belongs. Was it pick the hand and not the cuff specifically? Maybe. I was just like, it's close enough, right? It's a very sensitive cursor. It doesn't move fast, but like, this is me literally outside the dead zone. Like, you can see how fiddly it is.
Objection!
Okay, it was just more precise. I thought it was like, the hand is gonna be close enough. Then this means the real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gives their true identity away. Even on the DS, that would have been tough. If you're tapping on it, it'd be like, tap precisely there. That design, it can't be! This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance vision. The photo of... Inga? Yeah, that works.
Take that!
That works. Thanks, convenient reflective surface. You do believe the culprit to be... Yep. But he's not technically your dad, even though he raised you for most of your life. Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct? Oh, but the misdirect. Because he wasn't the Justice Minister back then. I hear they're a traditional part of Korani's Justice Minister attire. But what does this tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Korani's late Minister of Justice. No, that's not right. That's not Inga. Not my father! So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one? Minister Inga? Dirk's innocent of both charges? The Defiant Dragons, they've been right all along. No, yeah? What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Karkul Korane was not the Minister of Justice. Right? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... You, Queen Garan. Yeah, get her. What? Alright, she served as Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one. So then, the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence, it's you, isn't it? This is madness! Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister, Amara? That's why she tried to assassinate her? And then needed someone to pin the blame on for obvious reasons. Not just for the public and for her sake, but for Amara to go along with whatever. I find this all very hard to... And then, okay. That explains... Because Amara was like, oh, that terrible man, I hate him. But I secretly love him. It's because she was told he tried to murder her, and then... Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Gumshoe was spinning in his chair, like Pikachu. This is all very hard to swallow. Then take bites. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Insolence!
Bye. Poof. Peasants! Always carrying on about things of no import. What? You do not deny it, then? You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs? Oh, Nayuta, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, It shall still be I who decides Rafa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? But this proves that she's still in the line of succession. So... Nayuta's done everything wrong. Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. People of the gallery, the judge, anyone hearing this? Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands.
Yes! Yes!
Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuta! Nayuta, you dare defy me? Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
Retract, you say?
Finally, it makes sense. Dirk, the final piece of evidence he left behind, has released Nayuta from his suffering. And now he's finally free! In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you've awakened me with your demonstration of our father's creed.
He's also a dragon. Yeah.
Nice.
A dragon never yields.
He said the thing! I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan, I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution! Viva la revolution! Insolent fool! Now even you prattle on about revolution? No, not again. Not the nails. Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, it seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yep. Now, if we could just prove Garon's guilt, we could continue on down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of. Haven't we? Haven't we done that?
Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense?
I commented on his wristband I saw in the second case. I believe you. And then just forgot. Not so fast, your majesty. Or magistry, for the cuffs could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything. I believe you're right. We know she's guilty. My defense is fuck you. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? I think I just called his covering like a smudge guard for a digital artist. I don't think I mentioned it in terms of like, oh, he's hiding something on his hand. I didn't think that thing. Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. As far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. Unless, now that Prosecutor Sadmati has retracted his confession, we'll have to re-deliberate the current case from scratch. Oh, God. The defense speaks the truth. How the fuck are we still here? Just let it end, even though it's clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Karain, and his longer name as well.
But do you have any evidence, defense?
Evidence that'll prove Garan was the killer. There's still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. The most heartbreaking of all, yes, there is. Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Oh, that. Yeah, we'll do that. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? It feels like a real court case. Hey, you're right. Didn't we establish this? A lot of blood would have spattered onto the killer, so the blood-soaked clothes would have to have been dealt with somehow. I thought we established this. If they're still around somewhere, then... I was wondering what absurd idea you would concoct next. Never mind, those were Inga's clothes that were burnt in the thing. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now. We didn't talk about Dirk's clothes, yeah. And then, you don't know us very well. Your benevolence? Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Garan, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Raifa, you would not dare. When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? There's an interesting bad ending available now. Okay. Next time there's like an option. Okay. No, she did not. So, maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard. The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime, but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Unless they were covering up for you. I admit no clothing was found. She fed them to the dog! So you admit that you were merely speculating. Chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear. If Garan wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. She ate them, Your Honor. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. But they'd never be found, huh? In the coffin? Dirk's clothes were hidden here. Do I pick the wrong answer here? Do you want me to game over now? Just making sure I've double saved. Okay, I'll just game over it. In the water.
Take that!
Impossible. Thorough search was already made. But you could... No. Oof, ouch. Gah. It would have to be someplace that was beyond her benevolence's field of vision. She would have noticed the bundle of bloody clothes. Right. No. What about in Raifa's quarters behind her? She wasn't looking behind her. She doesn't have eyes in the back of her head. No. Oh no. My Magatama Mitamas. Right, what about in the water? Over here. What about right there? But maybe what about in the water? They didn't check all the water. They didn't drain the water. You gotta check it all. She put bricks on and then put it in the water and it sunk down. What about in I don't know, in the water? Why not? It's plausible. Dang it. Comb the desert.
I have heard enough. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to sufficiently establish Queen Garan's culpability. Though a few issues remain unresolved, this court will leave such matters to the police for further investigation.
Hooray. Yippee. We did it. Oh. This trial may have proven Dirk's innocence, but we failed to prove who Minister Inga's true killer was. And the truth of what happened 23 years ago will remain shrouded in mystery. It was all because we failed to prove Garan's guilt. Hooray! Yippee! The miracle never happened. After that trial, we were forced underground in order to escape Garan's agents. And I joined Nayuta and the Defiant Dragons in their efforts to overthrow Garan. Oh, damn. A dragon never yields. We fight on with Dirk's creed in our hearts. And dream of the day revolution comes to Kurain. The end. Okay. Neat. But the future refused to change. Ugh. I think that there was in the tomb.
Take that!
This is actually a guess.
The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there?
Yes, it's the only place it can be.
Very well. Where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden?
In the sarcophagus.
Of course, that makes perfect sense.
The clothes weren't simply hidden, they were returned to where they belonged. Oh, that even makes more sense.
By that you mean?
The killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus, so the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. That's fucked up on so many levels. Right. Before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes and then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. Simply. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body.
Objection!
So what? This is still all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this
Objection!
case. That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. I gotta get a lot of details straight. Hold on. During the minister, so not the 3 gunshot wounds, but the blood splatter there? That blood splatter? The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. Okay. There's also some blood splatter extending from the left elbow to his abdominal area. I can't say abdominal. I believe this blood splatter came from I have like 30 cases in my brain, and these are simple questions. The abdominal area. Isn't this just Inga's blood? What are we? If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then the blood spatter must have come from Minister. Okay, I was like, this can't be a trick question, right? I had thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
Objection!
You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party. But could they really? Say the possibility of someone other than Garn hiding the clothes exists. Of course. Ghosts did it. It's entirely possible. Why are you agreeing with her? Abominable snowman is just hot frosty. Sorry, I didn't mean to think out loud. Remember what Garan said? Based on her own words, we can safely conclude that no one but her could have hidden the clothes. Because only the royals have access to the thing in the first place. So it's possible that someone other remembers the clothes? Nuh-uh. Nope. I recall you saying the following. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Boom. Kapow. Ah. Ugh. That was your own testimony, word for word. Apparently they do have stenographers here. Why, you insolent. Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insignificant worm. You dare accuse me, the ruler of Crane? Do not think for one moment that such impudence can be tolerated. I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence. Because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you. I mean, is it? Is that true? She is the law. I don't know if that's... It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. He point. He point. Yeah, nuts. Get her. And the future did change? Dot 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 dot. Heh heh heh. What now? What now? Please. Oh God. Me face justice? Surely you jest. You're facing him right now. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be. Can it? But he was prosecuting. Doesn't that apply? It's the Defense Culpability Act, not the Prosecution Culpability Act. Or if we can just pardon him. By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, He could certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal. What does it say about the DCA? Just anyone who supports criminals. Okay. Alright, fine. Fuck you. And the DCA would most definitely come into play. But that law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted. And yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law. Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we even do at this point? You need not look so forlorn, and Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. She wants us to let her off scot-free. And yet, I don't see any other choice. We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed. I mean, if she's accused and then executed first, and then immediately Rafa succeeds the throne, then she'd be like, pardoned, change the law. So, like, that'd work out.
Such insolence!
Rafa can go, nuh-uh. What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Rafa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is as yet incapable of channeling spirits. But what if we summoned the Holy Mother and she went woo and gave her all the magic? Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Terrorist? If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Khurain, I proclaim the following. Queen Maya. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear. For the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Khurain, I command you be put to death at once. Well. Oh, shit. Huh? What? What the? Oh. Oh, the mocap. Ha 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 ha! Ho ho! Isn't this going a bit far? Why is the Grand Royal Guard? Hee hee, they were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death. I'm glad that got voice acting. Come on, this is insane, even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process. Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life. So think before you speak again. But... please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? Hee hee, it is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity. What do I do? Should I accuse Queen Garan? Nah. Yeah, give up. Should I just give up? No, I can't do that. Not now. That only leaves me with one choice. Okay, I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. He smiled a little bit. And Ayuta? The illusion of choice. You know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. So, by that logic, then, when a dragon... The worst of times are when a dragon has to force their biggest yields? They're not merely words. They're what's carried us this far. So now, it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now. A dragon always smiles. It would seem, Apollo, that not one but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. Two wolves, a fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds, hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff. It's nice to finally see this side of Nayuta. I will be honest. I think I finally understand what these words really mean, and the resolve they embody. Are you smiling, even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there's another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spiders immobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or give in to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not a part of my playbook. There's only one path before us. Revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence! If you are the law here in Kurain, then your very existence is wrong. Oh, fuck. Does your desperate bleating know no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Goron's gonna execute us on the spot under the DCA, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the crown, then there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. And how you dethrone someone that's not even sitting down? I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. We can't give up, not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. This is bonkers. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Right, what? Huh? If I accuse Goron, Nayuta will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means he'll be put to death in accordance with the law. So the only way out of this is to dethrone Goron right now. Could this be the key to dethrowing Goron? Rayfa, the orb, Maya's channeling ability. The orb? Pick Rayfa. I saw it too late. I'm sorry. Is the orb the key? Dirk was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution and Kurain's future. In light of Goron's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder, even after abducting Miss Faye. After all, only the Queen could channel spirits. The Founder wasn't real. He didn't know the Founder's name. What the fuck is the Founder's name? Oh, shit. It's a funny bit. Yeah, I missed it. If you pick Rayfa, Paul says if we were to use Rayfa as a shield. Use her as a shield? Oof. Only the Queen can channel spirits, but Ingo's gonna use Faye to channel the Founder. His plan was dependent on having access to the Queen's power in that case. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder because the Founder wasn't real. The Founder never existed. It was all one big fairy tale. He couldn't channel the spirit of someone who never was. Wait, how does that help me? I need to focus on a way to overthrow Goron. He didn't know her name. The name of the Founder is only known to those who become Queen. That means the only people who currently know her name are Goron and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. That begs the question, why is Goron so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Goron's obsessed with the orb because she wants to clear her name. She can't channel spirits. It's a national treasure. Because she can't channel. That was a theory I had a while ago as well. She wants to clear her name. She wants to clear her name. No, it's a little too late for that. She doesn't strike me as someone who'd think that's even necessary. It's better to think of a different reason. Why is Amara still alive? Yep. It's a national treasure. Maybe she wants to make sure it's in Kurain where it belongs? Could that be the only reason? No, it must be a bigger role. Is it because she can't channel? Morgan Faye Part 2. Yep. It's like poetry. It often sucks. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but if she wants spiritual power, does that mean Garon can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Call Nick Cage. Is that why she let Amara live, to stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? I just said usually, not always. I've seen good poetry. So if Garon can't channel spirits, she would be exiled. It would look bad. It would look pretty bad. Yeah, it would look bad if the queen couldn't channel. Garon would be mortified if that got out. What good would it do us to publicly embarrass her? I guess that's not it. What else could it be? So if she can't channel spirits, she would be exiled. Would she be exiled? No, that's a bit extreme. Can't imagine anyone getting exiled just for that. Better think of something else. If she can't channel, she have no claim to the throne. Garon has no claim to the throne. Boom. Garon's DCA was established under the Crown's authority, but if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. Not just the DC Act, all the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You wouldn't steal a throne. I love the shot coming out of his head afterwards. You claim the authority of the Crown? You, of all people? That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? If she doesn't have spiritual energy, then how is she doing that with her hair? I mean, come on, Apollo.
I would have the defense explain himself at once.
It's easy, Your Majesty. Why is Queen Garon so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Big fan. Static electricity. Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these three questions point to a single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. Thank you, Azul. I still do not follow, Apollo. Apollo, follow. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead?
The defense will explain himself at once.
In Kurain, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But, Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would be rendered null and void. Her hair reminds me of the villain from Pokemon Coliseum. I don't know. I know of the game. And you, the Garon Royal Guard. You seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. What if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne?
That's crazy talk. Impossible. Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen.
Such blasphemy. On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Queen Garon, if you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly. Have this orb!
Take that!
All the conditions for summoning the Founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the Founder looks like, and as Queen, you should know the Founder's name. Yeah. Does that mean Maya can become Queen? Yep. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Kurain.
Oh, to witness Your Eminence's great power with our own eyes. The Holy Mother will appear before us. Oh, great miracle of miracles.
Praise be, Your Eminence. May your mighty spiritual power show the way. Enough. Enough, I say, you mindless cretins.
Your Eminence? Can it be that you cannot?
No, I want a lawyer. Summon one at once.
Objection!
There's no lawyers. You killed them all. Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Kurain. You can thank your DCA for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness so she may guide us. I've heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you. If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence.
Nyarg, you sneaky underhanded wretch of a lawyer.
That reminds me. You said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that? No smarter way to put that. Just bet you feel dumb now, don't you? Darn, aren't you regretting your words? Or how does that feel saying that now? Or just, no, bet you feel dumb. Indeed, of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Me reaping, haha, yes, yes. Apollo! He's pulling up a meme. He's like, this is you. This is you right now. This is you sowing. Teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Garan? Your reign of terror ends here. Whoa! Whoa! The guards all flying over. Oh boy. Is that what happens in the anime? Every time they point, everyone goes flying? Very well. Demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium is simple enough. Then do it. Behold the magnificent power to commune with the dead. Ooh, your eminence! Woo! Yeah, woo! Oh, she's gonna do a divination seance? That's not the same. Oh, great spirit of the founder who dwells in the Twilight Realm. Heed the secret covenant of the orb. And appear here before us. Here it comes. She's really... You shouldn't have... Huh? Where is she? What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Ha! Ha! Oh, spirit of the founder, grace us with your sacred presence. I beseech you, appear. Heed my call. Founder, please. Ha! Yeah! Did it work? No, wait. I was just warming up. The rite actually starts from now. Look. Now she's speaking Koreanese. Holy Mother. Good. And I will go channeling no more.
Prosecutor Sanmari, how is her eminence?
It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother.
I see. But her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not?
Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later.
And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his coup, but what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago?
To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants? So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Gron in the first place, especially 14 years ago before Raifa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Korean think she was dead, while she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garan? My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly, so when Garan told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Gran's request to keep channeling for her. So she was stupid, yeah, a little bit, until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is. And then they used Raifa as collateral. So that's what happened. Your sister killed so many people, and since Raifa was being held captive, also, Amara should have been able to hold a lot of leverage before the Raifa stuff. The DC Act was enacted quite a while ago. She could have been like, I'm the real queen, stop it. I'm not gonna channel for you, you know. Amara held a lot of cards. Even after Rafa was quote-unquote held hostage. I feel like she could have done more. It feels bad blaming her. It's not her fault, but it's just like, she didn't really... She could have done more. I guess she raised Rafa to say nincompoop, so she did her part. I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. She had to get to keep herself safe from Dirk. Right, but that's only because Garan told her that it was Dirk who burned down... who tried to kill her. But she secretly still loved him, even though she was told that that was what happened. And Malarkey. Her soul is really gentle. She's a really gentle soul. Living secretly as Rafa's servant, Naina, no doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. Teach your daughter to say nincompoop. I'm a scary monster. Thanks for 3. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her.
Well, that was a case for the ages.
Nah. Prosecutor Sadmati has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk Sadmati in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara.
Thank you for the gaming.
Appreciate it. As has Mr. Dirk Sadmati's assassination attempt on Queen Amara. We did it. We did it. We did it all. Now then. I think it is high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuta Sadmati. It's been a million years to get to this point. Woo, yeah, yeah, woo! Woo, yeah, 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 woo! Yeah, yeah, woo! Woo, yeah, yeah, woo! And Nayuta is at peace, kind of. It's complicated for Mara, but doesn't absolve her. That's kind of... just the empty prosecutor bench. That's where I'm at with it. So it's like, it's a little bit conflicting. It's just, it makes sense logically, but it's a little bit unsatisfying in some respects how it kind of all shook out. But it's fine. Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. Nayuta's smiling again. And that revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening.
With this, may I finally say this court is adjourned.
Sheesh.
It's been 83 years. Yay.
It's the dumb age of the law. Way to go, Apollo. I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, all right. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself.
Really?
I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. Remind me to never say or do anything to deserve a Maya Athena double suplex. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. Nah, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. Well, thank you. There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up, but you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will and inner strength forged in countless trials. And not because of understanding the law, because that didn't apply to half the case. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I've nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way, too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nayuta, and of course, Dirk. That was pretty cool, Polly. What? Why are you here? Trucy? Trucy, what are you doing here? Ha ha ha, it's magic. Was she on the same flight as them, just like 2 seats back? They're all chatting and talking and her top hat's sticking up and she's like trying to hide. It's magic. Front-facing Edgeworth, I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. What? Though it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. What you got? Oh, this is a message link. You need a direct image link. Trucy, do you even have a passport? Here's the soup. My magic panties are an extra dimensional space. It's like a mini universe in there. I can produce a passport at the drop of my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery. Right. Hornhead, barbed head. Hello. She hid an Edgeworth suitcase? Yep. I am forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garan, and that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity, and you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So, I am worthy of my title after all. Yeah, well. Complimenting the spoiled child doesn't seem like the best move, but okay. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. You sure bounced back quick. So, your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins? That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara? Yes, my mother, her eminence told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining, if you can call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. That's rough. My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say my former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father would no longer be known as a criminal. Positive reinforcement, yeah. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So what's next for the Kingdom of Khurain? You lost your queen, so... Her benevolence, Princess Rayfa, will ascend to the throne. Nayuda. But she can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf. Until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Sad. Oni-san! Is she gonna say what I think she is? What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop? Skatonk. They gave the orb back, I'm assuming. No, we're stealing it. In any event, I'll be assisted by Nayuta and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? Our country offers consul to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then she's going to be alright. Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. That's a relief. Why isn't Amara the queen again? I don't know. Like, Rayfa should ascend the throne once the line of succession reaches her, but shouldn't it just revert back to Queen Amara? You did it! I guess she... If she legally abdicated the throne and just that wasn't made public, then maybe? I don't know. You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuta beat the charges against them. You got the revolution rolling the boot. The revolution? Dirk. I guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir, there's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Khurainese history. Haha, yeah, right. So are we gonna channel Jove or not? Oh, Nayuta, before I forget, there was something I wanted to give you before I headed back home. This is the badge. You wish to give me something. As Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. This is the badge. This is the badge. Yeah, here's a dead photo. Here's a photo of dead Dirk. My badge.
Take that!
This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the States. And I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as the man that's gonna change Khurain, it's only right that you have it. To change Khurain. Yeah, and in Dirk's place. Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There is something I would like to show you. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? Sure. On the one hand, I don't think Apollo should be subjected to any more dead dad-isms. But on the other hand, I'm surprised that might be it with Joe. Okay. Why'd you bring us here, Nayuta? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Khurain. What? But why? We have lost our queen and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Boy, you're not asking me to... Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Khura'in's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable.
This is way out of my league.
The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Yes, in America. Come on, AJ, you know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together. What does Apollo want? You must be taken aback by my sudden request, so please give it some thought. Of course. I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Wright Anything Agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short in firepower without you around, but hey. You're fired. Mr. Wright. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right. It won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay. Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but... Athena, trust me. Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. But you have to make it right now. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Wright Anything Agency? Or should I stay in Khura'in and help Nayuta rebuild the legal system? That's a toughie. What's the right thing for me to do? What do you think, chat? Text your answers to the phone number on screen. May 20th, 8 a.m. The bus to the airport will be here any minute. 3. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Khura'in? Think Barry should be a lawyer? Absolutely not. 1. I couldn't pass the bar. I mean, maybe if I studied real hard, but I don't want to. 2. I don't know. I'd rather play video game, eat hot chip and lie. But I am the bar. I am the bar. But I bet he was up all night thinking. This is the bar. This is a life-changing decision after all, but whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. He got invited to Smash Bros. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey, you guys. I know that booming voice anywhere. Huff, puff, huff, puff. Phew, I made it. Apollo, you're here. Does this mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. What does that look for? What is that stupid look for? Mr. Wright? Yeah. I've made up my mind. Here it is. The moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Khura'in. You're staying? But I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Oh, Apollo. Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. I have to do this. Where'd the bullshit go? No, it just means they can make more spin-off adventures of Apollo and Khura'in if they wanted. Apollo, I've never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the U.S. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Bluff your way to victory. Will we really see you again, Apollo? Hey, wait, is he gonna get closer about his mom or no? You bet. Not that I have any idea about how long it'll be. But I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the U.S. an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you, so knock 'em dead.
You got it, Mr. Wright.
The hospital tape. I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm gonna support your choice all the way. Thanks, Trucy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you do Troop Grammar Ye proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you'll probably won't even recognize me. In other words, game on. You bet I'm gonna win. I'm gonna miss you too, Apollo, but I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. I guess this is it, Apollo. And I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the U.S. again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. No, left my behind. The legacy of those who came before us. Is handed down from parent to child. Is Paul even a citizen? Maybe. And from mentor to disciple. We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation. This is just Snake's monologue from the end of MGS2. It's up to us to decide what we pass on. That is our fate, Raiden. Whoa.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh?
No!
Not the stepladder.
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
No, it's a stepladder check. Come on. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, that's all those concussions piling up, Apollo. I should really get those looked at. Naoda never did eat that butterfly, that's true. The end. Except for the DLC case, there's gonna be. Oh my god. Okay. I was waiting for. Go on, Mr. Hat. Introduce yourself.
I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I want to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut.
He doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust.
We're fierce rivals, you know. I can't let him hog the spotlight.
It's just not the same without Apollo, is it?
I kind of miss him too.
I know. We should go visit him in Korean. A solo act? Was the ladder slip on? After seeing Mr. Justice in action, I got to thinking, what can I do for Korean? Then it came to me, tourism. That's what. I'll develop Korean's tourism industry and bring in more visitors. I'll roll out a night tour centered on the Founder's Orb. And make a museum dedicated to the Defiant Dragons. Boy, the ideas just keep on coming.
Take good care of Shadow.
Mind saying his truth looks like Mia? I don't really see it. Other than just art style. But I want to congratulate you on becoming a forensic investigator, Detective Sky. Thanks, but Prosecutor Samari says he has need of me.
So starting tomorrow, I'll be working in Korean for a while. Look at it this way, it's sure to be an educational experience. True, plus I can't let that kid show me up either. I'll see what I can do for Korean's revolution. Well, challenges have a way of helping people grow. Look forward to our next investigation upon your return.
Investigation? Investigation?
Now will you look at me when we talk? No. Darn that forehead face, ever since you revealed the secret behind her teleportation trick, show requests have totally dried up. We'll be on the street if we don't find some work soon. Maybe we should take Trucy up on her offer. She said we could make our debut as magicians at the Wright Anything Agency. Shut up, I'm gonna show her up someday and on my own terms. Nothing fires you up like rivalry.
Be nicer to Bonnie.
Let the bunnies join. Bum, bum, bum. Baby! Korean is just like this child right now, full of life and limitless possibilities. I have faith that Dirk and my darling Trust will watch over us. Have no fear. We'll see Dirk's legacy through to the end. Nathan! Welcome. We finished case 5 of Spirit of Justice. 8th attorney? Come on, little guy, don't be shy. Hope Nathan had a good stream. Welcome, welcome. We just finished case 5, which took like 3 streams to do. And it's been a doozy. Hope you're all doing well. The baby's name was Fata? Fata is me? Fiata? I'm gonna make Simon recognize me for the awesome lawyer that I am. Charlie! She's quaking in her boots. Widget. I can do it. Right at the end. Close to it. Mr. Wright will be calling me his right-hand man. Let's do this. What were you streaming, Nathan? Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate it. You dodged spoilers. Yeah, things were intense not long ago, so... Bucky, how dare you deliver my order in such a sorry state? Don't be mad, Simey. There was a huge party in my shop, but it should still taste fine. Here, try some. It's fine. PoE 2, nice. Pat myself. Hope it was a good time. You great big pillock, I just lost my appetite. It's hard to find good help these days. Wouldn't you say, old chum? Who's he talking to? Taka? He's talking to his bird. Probably talking to the bird. Why is he still drunk? Yeah, why not? That trial the other day really inspired me. I've even created a Rakugo routine based on Shisho's case. It's a mystery story that'll keep flipping the audience's thinking on its head. It's called The Scary Udon Noodle, hee hee. You're giving away too much in the title. Keeping the Tornado School going is our way of paying penance and repaying our debt to Shisho. And that includes Rakugo training for that kid. Owen. I talked to my bird when I'm not drunk. Yet. He's glued to the stacked up pillows that he's on. Surely there was another interior at the theater they could have used. Oh! Ha ha ha! With my newfound mobility, even ancient ruins and their fancy schmancy Tomb Raider traps are no match for me. Is she living there by herself? The university where my father worked is letting me help with a dig. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization and dedicate it to him. I'll also be going on a dig in Korean soon. That private justice had better not be slacking off. Aye, aye, Sarge. How old is she? She's like 12. She's probably the most capable person in the game. True. Layton already found it. That ties directly into Layton. I'm gonna be super busy now that I'm the head of the Fae clan. Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be to revolutionize Korean Village. More revolution. How about opening a store where we can buy new outfits like the city girls wear? Well, look who's all grown up now. I think there are a few more pressing matters to take care of first. Yeah, you're right. I guess it'll be a while before I get my revolutionary makeover. Like, it's probably a lot to do in Korean. Second outfit. 18-year-old attorneys in the series, 12 might be in working age. Right. Mother, now that you have stopped being Naina, I want a new Naina. I wonder if there would be anyone willing to serve you in that capacity. You're quite a handful after all. I am. With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, even your teeth brushed. To think I put such undue burden upon you, a grand priestess. Fear not, Rafa. You will have plenty of time in which to make amends.
Oh, ho, ho. Perhaps you could start with one of your famous shoulder rubs. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, Janet Shoo! Let's give it up for Janet. I'm mad about every part of the localization. Bravo. Bravo. Every part of the script made me mad. Her benevolence has taken to calling me Braidhead. Even worse, she trembles and her face turns red when she speaks to me. What have I done to deserve such animosity? While it is true I am merciless within the hall of justice, to be given such a dismissive name is entirely uncalled for. What am I to do? Perhaps I shall consult Apollo about this. He's just gonna be like, there's nothing. Nothing you can do. You did amazing with what you had, Janet. She did the best with what she had. Yeah, you can't, you know. This fucking game. I enjoyed it. But it also made me very bad. Which is the sign of a good Ace Attorney game. How's he doing, Mr. Wright? Great. He's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Oh, before I forget. I made a copy of this photo for you. A photo? Oh. Is this Lamaroir? Jove. It is so good to see him again. God damn it. Don't you think it's about time we told them the truth? After all, they've both grown to fine young people now. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. How in the fuck has it been 3 whole games? Okay. And they never did. Is that it? The future refused to change. God, fucking throw my controller down. Great. And then they're even hitting us with one more seance dance. There's still a DLC case, but yeah, I'm assuming that it's not like overarching plot relevant. And it's been 85 years and they haven't made a new mainline game. Well, listen, I streamed Ghost Trick and then it got an updated port. So maybe Cosmic Karma. Who knows what Shutakumi's been doing? It's been like 6 years in this game. It's been a while. It's been a bit. I don't know. Ace Attorney 7, Switch 2, baby. We'll see. I would love something. I mean, for one, we still have the DLC case to do. And then I have to decide if and or when I might stream, if I want to play the investigation games, if I want to go to Great Ace Attorney at some point after this, I don't know. Might pull chat on that at some point down the road. Great Ace first. This new Layton game, yeah. Different teams, but you know, there's like similar overlap. In 2 weeks, right? No, God. I mean, we're not even done with this game. I can't talk about the future yet, but yeah. Investigation, we'll see. Now we're gonna say yes. Well, but the question is if I do one over the other, or which order is better, or I don't know. Mono Wilds beta in 45 minutes. That actually reminds me that I did I thank you, Honey Bunny. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun streaming these. I've mentioned earlier, talking about how just the experience of playing this with chat has been very fun for me. I was gonna ask chat because I couldn't decide. So in Monster Hunter, when you pick your character, you pick their body type. And I start with Monster Hunter 3. In Monster Hunter 3 and 4, I rolled a male character. And then for World and Rise, I rolled a female character. So I'm like, I did 2 and then I did 2. So with Wilds, I can't decide if I want to roll a male character or female character. And I could always re-roll it if I change my mind later on. But I was just like, I don't know. And then... And Big Fluffy Cat. But then also, but keep in mind, roll a dice, but keep in mind, Wilds is the first Monster Hunter game to unlock gendered armor. Which is great for both sides of the equation, and that also complicates my decision making, because part of what... Roll a man opponent's plain clothes, that's kind of the thing, is like... It was at times frustrating when like the male armor or the female armor would be like super badass, and then the other side is like, what the fuck are they doing? So this time you can just do whatever you want, any armor set. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. But wait, there's more. Dear Mr. Wright, I've moved to England, and I became a little man. Dear Mr. Wright, I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. I almost fell off a ladder. Or was it a step ladder? I don't remember. Building a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. The timelines converge.
Have you not given the autopsy report even a cursory glance, Mr. Justice?
It's just, I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Well, I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time.
Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Coraine's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster.
Yeah, I know, but it's not really good if you're trying to rebuild your new legal system on speed over all else. Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services.
Huh? I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation, and being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimate you're only at about 16 clients to your caseload.
Eh? Now wait just for a minute. I have been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. Free? Free yak milking? I've already received requests from 380 new clients. Extramarital yak milking? I'm going to have to say something, aren't I? Still not getting paid. I trust you did your cords of steel exercises this morning. Well, go on. There is no need to hold back.
Ha ha! Ooh, now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today.
Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead. France! There's only one thing to say at a time like this. Polkunka? It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of. France.
Objection!
Oh, okay, I get it now. Yay, holy shit. That case just would not end. Oh. Not gonna, I guess it doesn't do a save thing. The case that never ends. Oh, Jesus. Time for DLC now. I could start it, but I am emotionally exhausted, chat. I know it's only been 5 hours, and like, at least half an hour of that was not even playing the game and just hanging out and chatting. I don't know if I could start the DLC.
Nice.
Because also feels like there might not be a good stopping point for a while. It's not that long, it's the same length as Case 2. So we can probably knock it out next stream. We'll knock it out next stream. Look at its name, special episode. It's for the GBASP exclusive. I don't care for the thumbnail. Now that I'm looking at it, I try not to look at other things as I'm tabbing through. I'm seeing a bride, what looks to be like a like 1800s like Sherlock kind of guy, and several clocks. And I'm not there for it. We'll do it next time. Shit. I forgot it's Thursday. I thought it was Tuesday. I had to check my phone. We'll pick it up tomorrow. We'll finish the game tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, shit. We're going back in time to the first Thanksgiving? Yep. Base game thoughts? It's good. Enjoyed it. Honestly, even if it was bumpier, which it wasn't, I really enjoyed most of the game. With every single Ace Attorney, I've had my moments where I'm like, I don't care for this. I don't like this logic. I don't think this is good. Pooh brain aside. It was worth it for some of those reveals. The fucking truth about Dirk for the last couple of days was just... What's the meaning of Case 4? Case 4 was fun. Case 4 was the last moment we knew joy before Case 5 stole it from us. That was the purpose of Case 4.
Thank you for the bits.
What was my favorite NPC name? I don't even remember what Inga's full name was, but it was good. The ending was really emotionally devastating in a good way. I really enjoyed it. It was good. It was very good. It was depressing as fuck and well done. And like, sometimes those big twists are like, oh, I see him coming from a mile away. Finally, we can all talk about Amara being Nena, and it took us a million years to get here. And some of it is like, wait, but if that's that, then this means that. Like, I genuinely figured out. Well, I didn't figure it out. It was a theory that was like, wait, if we're actually ruling things out, that means that she was channeling Dirk. But then if that's the case, then when they left, then that was her, and then that means he's been dead. It's just like it then just snowballed, and like if that's not the reason to like these games, then I don't know. I understand why people don't like 5 and 6, but I've really enjoyed the experience of playing through them. I'm gonna cry 3 times. I believe it. Keep the evil queen in power. Yep, because she was fucking evil. It was good. It was surprised at Dirk being in the States. Yep. Which made sense, because you're like, how did this wanted criminal leave and get here? Of course he'd be surprised. That's not why he was surprised. So it's like, it's good. It's good stuff. It doesn't feel extremely forced of just contrivance upon contrivance. Some of the weaker cases will have that. And the fact that case 5 had so much in it, so many multiple overlapping cases, it was like deal 6 times 2. But it managed to keep things other than the end there, I was like, what case are we talking about? Who are we talking about now? It got a little bit just like, I think it's this. Are they trying to trick me? Other than that, it kept it pretty structured, which must have been a nightmare, just the design. I think it was well done. It just could have been trimmed down and a little bit simplified and shortened, but I get it. It feels like a climax for 6 games, right? Just from its length. So I understand why they went that direction, but behind Trials and Tribulations and Investigations 2. I've heard people say Investigations 2 is real good. And that's the one that only just got its first official release in the States. I won Case Fuse Food Defenders. I enjoyed Case 4. I don't understand the hate for it. I genuinely thought it was fun. Clown boobs and Rakugo shenanigans aside, it felt very much like a classic first trilogy case to me in a lot of ways. There are parts of it that are stupid, but that's every case. Like, I think people put too much of parts of this game on a pedestal. And you gotta just accept that the world is stupid in Ace Attorney and the real world. But we're talking about Ace Attorney, so I don't know. I imagine someone playing these games as they came out, having a different experience than me, just kind of shotgun blast them over the course of like a year and a half or whatever it's been. I played these in a relatively short time frame, and again, I'm having the experience of sharing them in a very high energy scenario. So it's a different situation than just playing it by yourself as it came out on the 3DS. So I get it. That's why I'm not saying how could you hate this, other than some of those twists in Case 5. I'm like, how could you have played this and been like, I don't like it. Like, it's so good. It's so good. Every murder in this game is resolved one day courtroom. That's very interesting to me. That's one thing. But the thing is, some of those days are broken up with multiple recesses. And honestly, I don't mind it. It was one of the things I didn't like about the longer cases in the older games when you had multiple days of court, was that you would have investigations where you're back in the exact same rooms and the same scenarios, and it's like, oh, but now you were able to open this door. I prefer this game and the later ones structure, just for my own personal preferences of, like, for example, I forget which number case it was, the one with with True C's Magic Act, where they're like, oh, you can't go underneath the stage into the abyss. That's closed off. You need permission. In an earlier game, that would have been, you go to trial, learn things. That was Dash 2. Okay. You would learn things in trial and then have a second investigation where now you're allowed under there and you're like, wait, this is important. And this game goes, we'll just pad it out, but now you get to go in there now and you go to trial with it's just like, it feels more tight to me in that way. So I don't really mind the change from multiple days of trials. They just make some of the days of trials way longer and break them both multiple recesses, which is still a way to pace it out. But yeah. How could 7 escalate? You would we have to attack and dethrone God. Apollo already said that he would take God to court, so that's what you have to do. Apollo got himself in the shenanigans and was executed by the state, and then Phoenix has to get killed to chase after him into hell, and they went to hell because they're lawyers. He has to chase him into hell and then go to demon court, And then over the course of Demon Court, you're like, wait, but what's the deal with these demons and these devils? They're all being like oppressed down here and wrongfully convicted. But it's coming from the man upstairs. And then the final case, you got the big man upstairs comes down. He's like, what's this ruckus down here? And then you point your finger at him, and then you just, poof, your atoms evaporate. Attorney of the Arcane. There you go. How do Goofy and Donald get to the afterlife? Well, Goofy's already dead. He was, when he was hit by the boulder, he died, but then his body was channeled by Donald. So Donald's been channeling Goofy all this time. And then in order to keep the appearances, he had to create, it's actually just a broom on a stick. If you go back and look at any footage from Kingdom Hearts 2 or 3 after that point, it's a broom on a stick that they say is Goofy, but it's not actually Goofy. They're tricking you. So, that's how he's able to maintain the illusion. A simulacrum. Yeah, it was a replica Goofy. Donald died as well. Everyone died. Replica Donald. Anyway, let me get caught up and stuff. Because I think I am gonna start to wrap things up here for the day. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe to finish this stupid thing. He's a summoner. And to anyone who's gonna be playing the Wilds beta, I hope you enjoy it. I don't know if I'll stream it or not, but I'm probably gonna play a little beta. Check it out. I am curious about the changes. I've been kind of ignoring a lot of stuff. A simulacrum? A duck never yields. That can be our raid message. Oil44, thanks for 31 months. Parmesan, thanks for 27. Not a Status, thanks for 45. Moony Moonpie, thanks for the raid. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. Venus Varnus, thanks for 83 months. And $1 do. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. Pixel, thanks for 100 bits. Patches, thanks for 10 months. Just got done with Case 4 VOD and was shocked when I heard Patches the Clown Jester as a character. I too am Patches the Clown Jester, but as a manager for indie pro wrestling. Was an interesting thing to hear from across the room. I bet. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. Does this count as a guilty verdict? Did we win? Did we lose? Who knows? Mushy, thanks for 10 months. Penix wrong. Paulo Juices? Hope your lawyer game goes well. Can't stay because spoilers, though. Hope you enjoy it if and when you get to this point. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. The first bad ending is now available. We established clients can't be found guilty. Ghost Wolf Fang, thanks for the sub. Hello, welcome. Tom Foy, thanks for 96 bits. I like the nuance of Inga genuinely loving Rafa, but also being an evil, murderous bastard, like a true Mafia Don. I was waiting for extra layer of shenanigans that better absolves. I mean, there was no fully absolving Inga. He already threatened us day one when we met him and was stamping execution orders like there's no tomorrow. But in terms of literally, dude genuinely literally wrote down, I plan on committing a coup against the queen, and then put it in his vault that was just behind his daughter's birthday. Which was like second guess to get in there. Dude was not smart. Like I was like, there's no way that this dude did that. Apparently, yes, he did. Also, thanks for 50 bits. It's funny from Inga's POV. He shot Dirk 3 times, and then Dirk was just on the phone with him a few days later, like, hey, the US is lovely this time of year, you should come see it. Yep. Mr. Maxim, thanks for 100 bits. Remember when Dirk spoke to Inga over the phone? Blooper, thanks for soup. They showed Rafa and Maya crying. Why not Apollo? Let the boy cry. Yeah. They definitely could have made Apollo wrestle with a... Like, he has moments where he's internal, like, no, and black background, oh no. But, like, to see it on his face would be just the insane gut punch that would have been warranted, considering what was happening, but... Like, they made it work, but a little bit of animation would have just been, like, really appreciated there. Considering that there was a lot of custom animation in this case. But yeah. The gentleman never makes a scene, Apollo. Exactly. Soko, thanks for 29 months. Nurse Word, thanks for tier 3. 15 months. I'm a computer. Thanks for 63. That's like at least one Twitch period. That's like 4. Mega Club, thanks for 15 months, Your Honor. Chonky Mogus. Tracker of the 56 months. Smashman, thanks for 100 bits. Not sure if you'll play Investigations. But there, I don't want to know about the game yet, but thank you. There's a comic. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just getting to the mechanics of the game. If I want to get to it, I want to kind of figure out how the game works as we go. Tasty Cactus, thanks for 3 years. Ooh, key. C Deity, thanks for 45 bits. The cleavage was plot relevant. Hell yeah. Chat's perception was important. It was my fave killer of this game or of all the games. I don't know. That's a tough one. Perceive. Smashman, thanks for 69 bits. It's like staring at people's asses to find Meryl's ass in Metal Gear Solid. Just like it. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. How sweet, they have matching bullet wounds. I mean, oh no. God, the fucking bit with, yeah. Now I'm blanking on his name. Francisca's dad. whatever his deal was. It was a good bit. A lot of good bits. Shelly the Killer. Yeah, there was Rettins. I get it. I didn't love Rettins. Manfred, thank you. Von Karma. The stupid having his like, I'm annoyed tick be like extremely plot relevant. I get, like, these games have done so much with so little. And like by the time you get to this one where there's much more production involved, they're still making it work. But like, I will never forget like things like having, was it the teddy bear? When they just had the pop-up box to be like, here is the evidence we're looking at, and they were swapping it side to side on the screen to simulate him shaking it around, was just like genius. This is like the most restrictive system where you can just display sprites and that's it. It was the phone, the puzzle bear, yeah. The phone that he threw the phone, that was a good bit too. But the PNG phone throw was maybe like S tier best moment of the entire series. But the shaking back and forth, it's just like, yeah, it's something you kind of lose. It's also why I'm glad I played the original crunchy pixel versions. As much as I'm glad that the trilogy is available and it's accessible and people can play these games, there's something about that pixel art. I wish it was an option. Just an integer scale, blow it up, just included with these releases when it makes sense. For the 3D ones, not as important, but for the first Apollo game, for the first 3 games, I don't really like the art as much. From what I've seen of the Apollo art, like if I go in here, because I didn't play Apollo in the trilogy remake, I played the other thing over here. The Animation Studio. I like this better than the first 3 games remake trilogy. My worry is Capcom doesn't respect Athena. They ran a poll asking fans which lord they picked to defend them in court. Athena wasn't an option, but Edgeworth was? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. No, he's yapping. This looks good. The really sharp lines on the lighting looks really good. From what I've seen of the other first 3 games PC release, everything has like a very soft glow to it, to the lighting, and it just doesn't look as good to me. So I think this is the way to do it. Like, look, this is great. Looks great. Meep, 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 meep. I'm still glad I played the crunchy pixel version first, but anyway, here let's put him on the. Here we go. I'll just let this roll as I get cop alerts. I'll just every so often hit the button to make him do it again. We need him. They did have a 3D model of him for like a brief second. God, the hand animation is so fucking good. I'm not trying things for 2 years. Caught a heckin' flu this week. Been lovely here. It's turning hijinks while I'm bedridden. Stay healthy. Yeah, there's a flu going around. A bunch of stuff going around. Stay safe out there. Tao Wolf, thanks for 6 months. Not really a fan of Figure Sprite, but I like your content. So here's some Bezos bucks. Thanks for the prime. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. It's okay. Goran isn't a terrible mother. She's a terrible aunt. And also, I hate that we just got supposed to root for Nayuta now, despite him doing nothing to engender our like of him. He's just been an unpleasant jerk the whole episode, especially in the last case. Am I supposed to believe he was just role-playing then too? Was when Goran wasn't looking? Well, she would know about the results. And if he's just been embedded in that life for a long time. Like, I get it. I don't know. I think the Nayuta hate is mildly overblown. As someone who had to go through the experience, as someone who went through the experience of, like, Francisco would show up, and then half of chat goes, yeah, here she is, woo! And I'm like, she sucks! What do you mean? She's literally attacking everyone in the courtroom and getting away with it. She's obnoxious, she's a child, and the judge is just letting her get, like, fuck her, I don't give a fuck. And then the other game, she's like, oh, I'm kind of teary-eyed, and you learn more about her backstory, and like, okay, I'm slightly more endeared to you now, but that doesn't make up for you being insufferable for 90% of this experience. So Nayuta falls in that same bucket for me. I like Francisca better overall. I'm not saying they're on the same level for me, but like Nayuta's not that different from a lot of prosecutors we've had, where they're just sort of obnoxious for most of the game, and then the very last minute they're like, oh, they're redeemable actually. And you're like, but yes, that makes them more interesting as a character, but Nayuta isn't a dummy mommy. I will fight you. I will fight you. That's why Clavier's best boy. Agreed. Clavier, best boy. Edgeworth. Again, Edgeworth was also extremely annoying and obnoxious for a long time. But he grows on you over time. It takes a long time. It took a long time for me to turn around and start to feel better about Edgeworth. So I just think the Nayuta hate is a bit overblown. I agree his shtick is a bit more annoying because he's very stoic, and that's not as fun as someone whipping you. But the end result is still the same. So Nayuta is a Dami Mommy. I mean, he's got those beads. What's he doing with those beads? Donkey Kong Cody, thanks for 10 bits. I believe in Harvey Dirk. Also, thanks for bits. He pick Rafa. Paul says Weary's Rafa as a shield. Maybe Garon's motherly love. Also, thank you. This game is really trying hard to be Apollo's trials and tribulations, but they don't pull a TNT move of playing the pursuit theme from his first game here at the final moment. Big missed opportunity. Yeah, I agree. They definitely could have. Dave, thanks for 100 bits. I've beaten you, Garon. I already drew you as the soy jack. I'm a scary monster. Thanks for 3 months. Smash thanks for the hammy. Warrior Land 4 is coming to the Switch online February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day. We'd love for you to stream it when it drops. It's a short game, only 3 to 4 hours long, depending on whether or not you try to find everything. You can easily dedicate a stream to it. At the very least, you have a better idea of what inspired Pizza Tower and Anton Blast. Definitely one of my faves on the GBA. We'll see. It's exciting, though. Oslo, thanks for 50 bits. Surprised they showed a lot of restraint on with this game, not summoning Mia for nostalgia. Considering this was the game where they finally brought back Maya, they, that was the big thing. They had a bunch of Edgeworth. There was a good amount of fan service in this that they didn't do in 5, which seemed like they showed restraint by not. And then they immediately threw Maya in jail, and like there was a lot of fan service, but they could have gone further. They could have had Phoenix look up and he sees Mia up in the sky and the clouds waving at him, and you know, they could have gone way overboard with being like, this is the end of the saga. And I think they did a pretty good job for what it is. My look like Mealing's one. Definitely they did kind of bring her more in line. Maya was barely in the game. I mean, she got to like for very flimsy reasons act as an assistant to Phoenix in port. So like they made it work. They could have done more with her, but I didn't feel like we barely saw her. I felt like we got a good amount of her. I wouldn't be mad about more and more of her as a character and not just as I've been burgerified. I need to hang out off to the side over here. Wait for Burger. Mufasa, me in the clouds. Exactly. Oswald, thanks for the beats. Limestones, thanks for soup. Apollo has 3 dads, and they're all fine. Nathan, thanks for the raid. It was interesting timing, but appreciate it. Thank you. And hope that Path of Exile is going good. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Do you find it weird the game ends with everyone in Kurain being buddy-buddy with Apollo when they've only known him for half of Case 5? This is maybe Apollo should have been there all along, huh? I don't think I agree. And also, a lot of them knew him from when he was a kid. Or at least knew of him from Dirk talking about him. So I think it's fine. That didn't bother me at all. Luigi, thanks for 69 bits. If you don't feel a mix of anger, consternation, and ennui, was it even an Ace Attorney game? It's been a journey. I never could have gone through them myself. Thanks. I couldn't have gone without chat. It's all thanks to chat that we're here. Like, I've enjoyed these games, sure, but I could have played them in my own time. But streaming them has been a very fun time. And we're not done. I'm talking about we're done because we saw credits, but we still have tomorrow at least. Hi, Give Up. Thanks for 100 bits. Great Ace 1 and 2 and 5. Ace 3, 5, and 6 were actually developed in parallel. Fascinating how they actually have different visions in terms of art style, sound, and overall feel like Ace Attorney games from parallel dimensions. Well, I mean, Shu Takumi left this series to work on Great Ace. So I think that's what I'm interested in with Great Ace specifically, is like, what was Shu Takumi going, okay, he made up Apollo and worked with that because he was like, where else can Phoenix go? Then after Apollo 1, he was like, or Ace Attorney 4, whatever, he was like, I want to go and have Sherlock Holmes time. Like, he just completely abandoned this whole premise. It was like, I'm ready to try something new, and I respect that. But I am curious what he did with it. She on my weep. Kick out, thanks for the hydrate. Pixel, thanks for 100 bits. Now Dirk can be Apollo's big-chested ghost advisor. It's like good poetry. Smash, thanks for the bits. Could you rate Bit Nerd? Possibly. Playing Thank Goodness You're Here. That's a good game. I know that Dan just streamed through Thank Goodness You're Here the other day. I was bummed I missed it. Limestone, thanks for soup. Asinine Attorney. Asinine. That's one way to put it. Let me see if I have a good option for a raid. If not, I will consider your request. A lot of people are streaming though. Is the thing though. Actually, yeah, I do want to raid JD Zombie. So we're gonna do that.
That's made the idea. Like...
Thank you, Twitch. Playing some Pokemon. Scarlet and what's it? Who's it and what's it? Scarlets and Violets? Pokemon-a-thon Violet any %. So you want to show a Pokemon? I'm just gonna sit here doing this. A dragon never yields. A duck never yields. Barquank? He's done. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna pick it back up. Do some DLC. Should be a fun time. Maybe see you. If not, have a good one. Go send your ducks and your yielding. Oh, bar scram is good with it. Yeah, if you're subbed, get some bar screms with there. Okay, I have to stop. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for yelling at me about stuff. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. We're gonna get the fuck out of here. You hear me? We're out. We're done. Goodbye. Get out. Goodbye. Go say hi, JD. Pokemon. Where? Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I'll be back with more DLC. See you in that VOD or in that stream or whatever. You should join one of these raids. They're good raids. They're good streamers. Get out of here. Goodbye.